Chapter 60. Kit stood as one entranced, with his eyes opened wide and fixed upon the ground, regardless alike of the tremulous hold which Mr. Brass maintained on one side of his cravat and of the firmer grasp of Miss Sally upon the other. Although this latter detention was in itself no small inconvenience, as that fascinating woman, besides screwing her knuckles inconveniently into his throat from time to time, had fastened upon him in the first instance with so tight a grip that even in the disorder and distraction of his thoughts he could not divest himself of an uneasy sense of choking. Between the brother and sister he remained in this posture, quite unresisting and passive, until Mr. Swiveller returned, with a police constable at his heels. This functionary, being, of course, well used to such scenes, looking upon all kinds of robbery, from petty larceny up to housebreaking or ventures on the highway, as matters in the regular course of business, and regarding the perpetrators in the light of so many customers coming to be served at the wholesale and retail shop of criminal law where he stood behind the counter, received Mr. Brass's statement of facts with about as much interest and surprise as an undertaker might evince if required to listen to a circumstantial account of the last illness of a person whom he was called in to wait upon professionally, and took Kit into custody with a decent indifference. "We had better," said this subordinate minister of justice, "get to the office while there's a magistrate sitting. I shall want you to come along with us, Mr. Brass, and he looked at Miss Sally as if in some doubt whether she might not be a griffin or other fabulous monster. "The lady, said Sampson. "Ah," replied the constable, "yes, the lady, likewise the young man that found the property." "Mr. Richard, sir," said Brass in a mournful voice. "A sad necessity, but the altar of our country, sir." "You'll have a hackney coach, I suppose?" interrupted the constable, holding Kit, whom his other captors had released, carelessly by the arm, a little above the elbow. "Be so good as send for one, will you?" "But hear me speak a word," cried Kit, raising his eyes and looking imploringly about him. "Hear me speak a word. I am no more guilty than any one of you. Upon my soul, I am not. I a thief. Oh, Mr. Brass, you know me better. I am sure you know me better. This is not right of you, indeed." "I give you my word, constable," said Brass. But here the constable interposed with the constitutional principle, words be blowed, observing that words were but spoon meat for babes and sucklings, and that oaths were the food for strong men. "Quite true, constable," assented Brass in the same mournful tone. "Strictly correct. I give you my oath, constable, that down to a few minutes ago, when this fatal discovery was made, I had such confidence in that lad that I'd have trusted him with a hackney coach, Mr. Richard, sir. You're very slow, sir." "Who is there that knows me?" cried Kit. "That would not trust me that does not. Ask anybody whether they have ever doubted me, whether I have ever wronged them of a farthing. Was I ever once dishonest when I was poor and hungry, and is it likely I would begin now? Oh, consider what you do. How can I meet the kindest friends that ever human creature had with this dreadful charge upon me?" Mr. Brass rejoined that it would have been well for the prisoner if he had thought of that before, and was about to make some other gloomy observations, when the voice of the single gentleman was heard, demanding from above stairs what was the matter, and what was the cause of all that noise and hurry. Kit made an involuntary start towards the door in his anxiety to answer for himself, but being speedily detained by the constable, had the agony of seeing Sampson Brass run out alone to tell the story in his own way. "And he can hardly believe it either," said Sampson when he returned, "nor nobody will. I wish I could doubt the evidence of my senses, but their depositions are unimpeachable." "It's of no use cross-examining my eyes," cried Sampson, winking and rubbing them. "They stick to their first account and will. Now, Sarah, I hear the coach in the marks. Get on your bonnet and we'll be off. A sad errand, a moral funeral, quite." "Mr. Brass," said Kit, "do me one favor. Take me to Mr. Witherden's first." Sampson shook his head irresolutely. "Do," said Kit. "My master S there. For heaven's sake, take me there first." "Well, I don't know," stammered Brass, who perhaps had his reasons for wishing to show as fair as possible in the eyes of the notary. "How do we stand in point of time, Constable A?" The constable, who had been chewing a straw all this while with great philosophy, replied that if they went away at once they would have time enough, but that if they stood shilly-shallying there any longer, they must go straight to the mansion house, and finally expressed his opinion that that was where it was, and that was all about it. Mr. Richard Swiveller having arrived inside the coach, and still remaining immovable in the most commodious corner with his face to the horses, Mr. Brass instructed the officer to remove his prisoner, and declared himself quite ready. Therefore, the constable, still holding Kit in the same manner, and pushing him on a little before him, so as to keep him at about 3/4 of an arm's length in advance, which is the professional mode, thrust him into the vehicle and followed himself. Miss Sally entered next, and there being now 4 inside, Sampson Brass got upon the box and made the coachman drive on. Still completely stunned by the sudden and terrible change which had taken place in his affairs, Kit sat gazing out of the coach window, almost hoping to see some monstrous phenomenon in the streets which might give him reason to believe he was in a dream. Alas! Everything was too real and familiar. The same succession of turnings, the same houses, the same streams of people running side by side in different directions upon the pavement, the same bustle of carts and carriages in the road, the same well-remembered objects in the shop windows. A regularity in the very noise and hurry which no dream ever mirrored. Dreamlike as the story was, it was true. He stood charged with robbery. The note had been found upon him, though he was innocent in thought and deed, and they were carrying him back, a prisoner. Absorbed in these painful ruminations, thinking with a drooping heart of his mother and little Jacob, feeling as though even the consciousness of innocence would be insufficient to support him in the presence of his friends if they believed him guilty, and sinking in hope and courage more and more as they drew nearer to the notary. Poor Kit was looking earnestly out of the window, observant of nothing, when all at once, as though it had been conjured up by magic, he became aware of the face of Quilp. And what a leer there was upon the face! It was from the open window of a tavern that it looked out, and the dwarf had so spread himself over it, with his elbows on the window-sill and his head resting on both his hands, that what between this attitude and his being swollen with suppressed laughter, he looked puffed and bloated into twice his usual breadth. Mr. Brass, on recognizing him, immediately stopped the coach. As it came to a halt directly opposite to where he stood, the dwarf pulled off his hat, and saluted the party with a hideous and grotesque politeness. "Aha," he cried, "we're now, Brass, we're now, Sally with you too, sweet Sally, and Dick, pleasant Dick, and Kit, honest Kit." "He's extremely cheerful," said Brass to the coachman. "Very much so. Ah, sir, a sad business. Never believe in honesty any more, sir." "Why not?" returned the dwarf. "Why not, you rogue of a lawyer, why not?" "Banknote lost in our office, sir," said Brass, shaking his head. "Found in his hat, sir, he previously left alone there, no mistake. Add all, sir, chain of evidence, complete not a link wanting." "What?" cried the dwarf, leaning half his body out of window. "Kit a thief! Kit a thief! Ha ha ha! Why, he's an uglier-looking thief than can be seen anywhere for a penny. Kit, ha ha ha! Have you taken Kit into custody before he had time and opportunity to beat me? Kit, eh?" And with that, he burst into a yell of laughter, manifestly to the great terror of the coachman, and pointed to a dyer's pole hard by, where a dangling suit of clothes bore some resemblance to a man upon a gibbet. "Is it coming to that, Kit?" cried the dwarf, rubbing his hands violently. "Ha ha ha ha! What a disappointment for little Jacob and for his darling mother. Let him have the Bethel minister to comfort and console him, Brass. Kit, drive on, coachy, drive on. Bye-bye, Kit, all good go with you, keep up your spirits, my love to the Garlands, the dear old lady and gentleman. Say I inquired after M, will you? Blessings on M, on you, and on everybody, Kit. Blessings on all the world." With such good wishes and farewells, poured out in a rapid torrent until they were out of hearing, Quilp suffered them to depart, and when he could see the coach no longer, drew in his head, and rolled upon the ground in an ecstasy of enjoyment. When they reached the notary's, which they were not long in doing, for they had encountered the dwarf in a by-street at a very little distance from the house, Mr. Brass dismounted, and opening the coach door with a melancholy visage, requested his sister to accompany him into the office, with the view of preparing the good people within for the mournful intelligence that awaited them. Miss Sally complying, he desired Mr. Swiveller to accompany them. So into the office they went, Mr. Sampson and his sister arm in arm, and Mr. Swiveller following alone. The notary was standing before the fire in the outer office, talking to Mr. Abel and the elder Mr. Garland, while Mr. Chuckster sat writing at the desk, picking up such crumbs of their conversation as happened to fall in his way. This posture of affairs Mr. Brass observed through the glass door as he was turning the handle, and seeing that the notary recognized him, he began to shake his head and sigh deeply while that partition yet divided them. "Sir," said Sampson, taking off his hat and kissing the 2 forefingers of his right hand beaver glove, "my name is Brass of Bevis Marks, sir. I have had the honor and pleasure, sir, of being concerned against you in some little testamentary matters. How do you do, sir?" "My clerk will attend to any business you may have come upon, Mr. Brass," said the notary, turning away. "Thank you, sir," said Brass. "Thank you, I am sure. Allow me, sir, to introduce my sister, quite one of us, sir, although of the weaker sex, of great use in my business, sir, I assure you." "Mr. Richard, sir, have the goodness to come forward if you please. No, really," said Brass, stepping between the notary and his private office, towards which he had begun to retreat, and speaking in the tone of an injured man, "really, sir, I must, under favor, request a word or two with you indeed." "Mr. Brass," said the other, in a decided tone, "I am engaged. You see that I am occupied with these gentlemen. If you will communicate your business to Mr. Chuckster yonder, you will receive every attention." "Gentlemen," said Brass, laying his right hand on his waistcoat, and looking towards the father and son with a smooth smile, "gentlemen, I appeal to you really. Gentlemen, consider, I beg of you. I am of the law. I am styled gentleman by Act of Parliament. I maintain the title by the annual payment of £12 sterling for a certificate. I am not one of your players of music, stage actors, writers of books, or painters of pictures, who assume a station that the laws of their country don't recognize. I am none of your strollers or vagabonds. If any man brings his action against me, he must describe me as a gentleman, or his action is null and void. I appeal to you, is this quite respectful? Really, gentlemen." "Well, will you have the goodness to state your business then, Mr. Brass?" said the notary. "Sir," rejoined Brass, "I will. Ah, Mr. Witherden, you little know but I will not be tempted to travel from the point, sir. I believe the name of one of these gentlemen is Garland." "Of both," said the notary. "Indeed," rejoined Brass, cringing excessively. "But I might have known that from the uncommon likeness. Extremely happy, I am sure, to have the honor of an introduction to 2 such gentlemen, although the occasion is a most painful one. One of you gentlemen has a servant called Kit." "Both," replied the notary. "2 Kits," said Brass, smiling. "Dear me." "1 Kit, sir," returned Mr. Witherden angrily, "who is employed by both gentlemen. What of him?" "This of him, sir," rejoined Brass, dropping his voice impressively. "That young man, sir, that I have felt unbounded and unlimited confidence in, and always behaved to as if he was my equal, that young man has this morning committed a robbery in my office, and been taken almost in the fact." "This must be some falsehood," cried the notary. "It is not possible," said Mr. Abel. "I'll not believe 1 word of it," exclaimed the old gentleman. Mr. Brass looked mildly round upon them, and rejoined, "Mr. Witherden, sir, your words are actionable, and if I was a man of low and mean standing, who couldn't afford to be slandered, I should proceed for damages. Howsoever, sir, being what I am, I merely scorn such expressions. The honest warmth of the other gentleman I respect, and I'm truly sorry to be the messenger of such unpleasant news. I shouldn't have put myself in this painful position, I assure you, but that the lad himself desired to be brought here in the first instance, and I yielded to his prayers. Mr. Chuckster, sir, will you have the goodness to tap at the window for the constable that's waiting in the coach?" The 3 gentlemen looked at each other with blank faces when these words were uttered, and Mr. Chuckster, doing as he was desired, and leaping off his stool with something of the excitement of an inspired prophet whose foretellings had in the fullness of time been realized, held the door open for the entrance of the wretched captive. Such a scene as there was, when Kit came in, and bursting into the rude eloquence with which truth at length inspired him, called heaven to witness that he was innocent, and that how the property came to be found upon him he knew not. Such a confusion of tongues, before the circumstances were related and the proofs disclosed. Such a dead silence when all was told, and his 3 friends exchanged looks of doubt and amazement. "Is it not possible," said Mr. Witherden, after a long pause, "that this note may have found its way into the hat by some accident, such as the removal of papers on the desk, for instance?" But this was clearly shown to be quite impossible. Mr. Swiveller, though an unwilling witness, could not help proving to demonstration, from the position in which it was found, that it must have been designedly secreted. "It's very distressing," said Brass, "immensely distressing, I am sure. When he comes to be tried, I shall be very happy to recommend him to mercy on account of his previous good character. I did lose money before, certainly, but it doesn't quite follow that he took it. The presumptions against him strongly against him, but we're Christians, I hope." "I suppose," said the constable, looking round, "that no gentleman here can give evidence as to whether he's been flush of money of late. Do you happen to know, sir?" "He has had money from time to time, certainly," returned Mr. Garland, to whom the man had put the question. "But that, as he always told me, was given him by Mr. Brass himself." "Yes, to be sure," said Kit eagerly. "You can bear me out on that, sir." "Eh?" cried Brass, looking from face to face with an expression of stupid amazement. "The money, you know, the half-crowns, that you gave me from the lodger," said Kit. "Oh dear me," cried Brass, shaking his head and frowning heavily. "This is a bad case, I find, a very bad case indeed." "What, did you give him no money on account of anybody, sir?" asked Mr. Garland, with great anxiety. "I give him money, sir," returned Sampson. "Oh, come, you know, this is too barefaced. Constable, my good fellow, we had better be going." "What?" shrieked Kit. "Does he deny that he did? Ask him, somebody pray. Ask him to tell you whether he did or not." "Did you, sir?" asked the notary. "I tell you what, gentlemen," replied Brass in a very grave manner, "he'll not serve his case this way, and really, if you feel any interest in him, you had better advise him to go upon some other tack." "Did I, sir? Of course I never did." "Gentlemen," cried Kit, on whom a light broke suddenly, "Master, Mr. Abel, Mr. Withard, and every one of you he did it. What I have done to offend him I don't know, but this is a plot to ruin me. Mind, gentlemen, it's a plot, and whatever comes of it, I will say with my dying breath that he put that note in my hat himself. Look at him, gentlemen, see how he changes color. Which of us looks the guilty person, he or I?" "You hear him, gentlemen?" said Brass, smiling. "You hear him. Now, does this case strike you as assuming rather a black complexion, or does it not? Is it at all a treacherous case, do you think, or is it one of mere ordinary guilt? Perhaps, gentlemen, if he had not said this in your presence and I had reported it, you'd have held this to be impossible likewise, eh?" With such pacific and bantering remarks, did Mr. Brass refute the foul aspersion on his character. But the virtuous Sarah, moved by stronger feelings, and having at heart, perhaps, a more jealous regard for the honor of her family, flew from her brother's side, without any previous intimation of her design, and darted at the prisoner with the utmost fury. It would undoubtedly have gone hard with Kit's face, but that the wary constable, foreseeing her design, drew him aside at the critical moment, and thus placed Mr. Chuckster in circumstances of some jeopardy. For that gentleman happening to be next the object of Miss Brass's wrath, and rage being, like love and fortune, blind, was pounced upon by the fair enslaver, and had a false collar plucked up by the roots, and his hair very much disheveled, before the exertions of the company could make her sensible of her mistake. The constable, taking warning by this desperate attack, and thinking perhaps that it would be more satisfactory to the ends of justice if the prisoner were taken before a magistrate, whole, rather than in small pieces, led him back to the hackney coach without more ado, and moreover insisted on Miss Brass becoming an outside passenger. To which proposal the charming creature, after a little angry discussion, yielded her consent, and so took her brother Sampson's place upon the box. Mr. Brass with some reluctance agreeing to occupy her seat inside. These arrangements perfected, they drove to the justice room with all speed, followed by the notary and his two friends in another coach. Mr. Chuckster alone was left behind greatly to his indignation, for he held the evidence he could have given, relative to Kit's returning to work out the shilling, to be so very material as bearing upon his hypocritical and designing character, that he considered its suppression little better than a compromise of felony. At the justice room, they found the single gentleman, who had gone straight there, and was expecting them with desperate impatience. But not 50 single gentlemen rolled into one could have helped poor Kit, who in half an hour afterwards was committed for trial, and was assured by a friendly officer on his way to prison that there was no occasion to be cast down, for the sessions would soon be on, and he would, in all likelihood, get his little affair disposed of and be comfortably transported in less than a fortnight. Chapter 61. Let moralists and philosophers say what they may, it is very questionable whether a guilty man would have felt half as much misery that night as Kit did, being innocent. The world, being in the constant commission of vast quantities of injustice, is a little too apt to comfort itself with the idea that if the victim of its falsehood and malice have a clear conscience, he cannot fail to be sustained under his trials, and somehow or other to come right at last. In which case, say they who have hunted him down, though we certainly don't expect it, nobody will be better pleased than we. Whereas the world would do well to reflect that injustice is in itself, to every generous and properly constituted mind, an injury, of all others the most insufferable, the most torturing, and the most hard to bear. And that many clear consciences have gone to their account elsewhere, and many sound hearts have broken, because of this very reason, the knowledge of their own deserts only aggravating their sufferings and rendering them the less endurable. The world, however, was not in fault in Kit's case. But Kit was innocent. And knowing this, and feeling that his best friends deemed him guilty, that Mr. and Mrs. Garland would look upon him as a monster of ingratitude, that Barbara would associate him with all that was bad and criminal, that the pony would consider himself forsaken, and that even his own mother might perhaps yield to the strong appearances against him, and believe him to be the wretch he seemed, knowing and feeling all this, he experienced, at first, an agony of mind which no words can describe, and walked up and down the little cell in which he was locked up for the night, almost beside himself with grief. Even when the violence of these emotions had in some degree subsided, and he was beginning to grow more calm, there came into his mind a new thought, the anguish of which was scarcely less. The child, the bright star of the simple fellow's life, she, who always came back upon him like a beautiful dream, who had made the poorest part of his existence the happiest and best, who had ever been so gentle and considerate and good. If she were ever to hear of this, what would she think? As this idea occurred to him, the walls of the prison seemed to melt away, and the old place to reveal itself in their stead, as it was wont to be on winter nights, the fireside, the little supper table, the old man's hat and coat and stick, the half-opened door leading to her little room. They were all there. And Nell herself was there, and he both laughing heartily as they had often done, and when he had got as far as this, Kit could go no farther, but flung himself upon his poor bedstead and wept. It was a long night, which seemed as though it would have no end. But he slept too, and dreamed always of being at liberty and roving about, now with one person and now with another, but ever with a vague dread of being recalled to prison. Not that prison, but one which was in itself a dim idea, not of a place, but of a care and sorrow, of something oppressive and always present, and yet impossible to define. At last the morning dawned, and there was the jail itself, cold, black and dreary, and very real indeed. He was left to himself, however, and there was comfort in that. He had liberty to walk in a small paved yard at a certain hour, and learnt from the turnkey, who came to unlock his cell and show him where to wash, that there was a regular time for visiting, every day, and that if any of his friends came to see him, he would be fetched down to the grate. When he had given him this information, and a tin porringer containing his breakfast, the man locked him up again, and went clattering along the stone passage, opening and shutting a great many other doors, and raising numberless loud echoes which resounded through the building for a long time, as if they were in prison too, and unable to get out. This turnkey had given him to understand that he was lodged, like some few others in the jail, apart from the mass of prisoners, because he was not supposed to be utterly depraved and irreclaimable, and had never occupied apartments in that mansion before. Kit was thankful for this indulgence, and sat reading the church catechism very attentively, though he had known it by heart from a little child, until he heard the key in the lock, and the man entered again. "Now then," he said, "come on." "Where to, sir?" asked Kit. The man contented himself by briefly replying, "Wisitors," and taking him by the arm in exactly the same manner as the constable had done the day before, led him, through several winding ways and strong gates, into a passage, where he placed him at a grating and turned upon his heel. Beyond this grating, at the distance of about 4 or 5 feet, was another exactly like it. In the space between sat a turnkey reading a newspaper, and outside the further railing, Kit saw, with a palpitating heart, his mother with the baby in her arms. Barbara's mother with her never-failing umbrella, and poor little Jacob, staring in with all his might, as though he were looking for the bird or the wild beast, and thought the men were mere accidents with whom the bars could have no possible concern. But when little Jacob saw his brother, and, thrusting his arms between the rails to hug him, found that he came no nearer, but still stood afar off with his head resting on the arm by which he held to one of the bars, he began to cry most piteously. Whereupon, Kit's mother and Barbara's mother, who had restrained themselves as much as possible, burst out sobbing and weeping afresh. Poor Kit could not help joining them, and not one of them could speak a word. During this melancholy pause, the turnkey read his newspaper with a waggish look. He had evidently got among the facetious paragraphs, until, happening to take his eyes off for an instant, as if to get by dint of contemplation at the very marrow of some joke of a deeper sort than the rest, it appeared to occur to him, for the first time, that somebody was crying. "Now, ladies, he said, looking round with surprise, "I'd advise you not to waste time like this. It's allowanced here, you know. You mustn't let that child make that noise either. It's against all rules." "I'm his poor mother, sir," sobbed Mrs. Nubbles, curtsying humbly, "and this is his brother, sir. Oh, dear me, dear me." "Well," replied the turnkey, folding his paper on his knee so as to get with greater convenience at the top of the next column, "it can't be helped, you know. He ain't the only one in the same fix. You mustn't make a noise about it." With that, he went on reading. The man was not unnaturally cruel or hard-hearted. He had come to look upon felony as a kind of disorder, like the scarlet fever or erysipelas. Some people had it, some hadn't, just as it might be. "Oh, my darling Kit," said his mother, whom Barbara's mother had charitably relieved of the baby, "that I should see my poor boy here." "You don't believe that I did what they accuse me of, mother dear?" cried Kit in a choking voice. "I believe it," exclaimed the poor woman. "I that never knew you tell a lie, or do a bad action from your cradle, that have never had a moment's sorrow on your account, except it was the poor meals that you have taken with such good humor and content, that I forgot how little there was, when I thought how kind and thoughtful you were, though you were but a child. I believe it of the son that's been a comfort to me from the hour of his birth until this time, and that I never laid down one night in anger with. I believe it of you, Kit." "Why then, thank God," said Kit, clutching the bars with an earnestness that shook them, "and I can bear it, mother. Come what may, I shall always have one drop of happiness in my heart when I think that you said that." At this the poor woman fell a-crying again, and Barbara's mother too, and little Jacob, whose disjointed thoughts had by this time resolved themselves into a pretty distinct impression that Kit couldn't go out for a walk if he wanted, and that there were no birds, lions, tigers, or other natural curiosities behind those bars. Nothing, indeed, but a caged brother added his tears to theirs with as little noise as possible. Kit's mother, drying her eyes and moistening them, poor soul, more than she dried them, now took from the ground a small basket and submissively addressed herself to the turnkey, saying, would he please to listen to her for a minute? The turnkey, being in the very crisis and passion of a joke, motioned to her with his hand to keep silent 1 minute longer, for her life. Nor did he remove his hand into its former posture, but kept it in the same warning attitude until he had finished the paragraph, when he paused for a few seconds with a smile upon his face, as who should say, "This editor is a comical blade of funny dog," and then asked her what she wanted. "I have brought him a little something to eat," said the good woman. "If you please, sir, might he have it?" "Yes, he may have it. There's no rule against that. Give it to me when you go, and I'll take care he has it." "No, but if you please, sir, don't be angry with me, sir. I am his mother, and you had a mother once. If I might only see him eat a little bit, I should go away, so much more satisfied that he was all comfortable." And again the tears of Kit's mother burst forth, and of Barbara's mother, and of little Jacob. As to the baby, it was crowing and laughing with its might under the idea, apparently, that the whole scene had been invented and got up for its particular satisfaction. The turnkey looked as if he thought the request a strange one and rather out of the common way, but nevertheless he laid down his paper, and coming round where Kit's mother stood, took the basket from her, and after inspecting its contents, handed it to Kit and went back to his place. It may be easily conceived that the prisoner had no great appetite, but he sat down on the ground and ate as hard as he could, while, at every morsel he put into his mouth, His mother sobbed and wept afresh, though with a softened grief that bespoke the satisfaction the sight afforded her. While he was thus engaged, Kit made some anxious inquiries about his employers, and whether they had expressed any opinion concerning him, but all he could learn was that Mr. Abel had himself broken the intelligence to his mother, with great kindness and delicacy, late on the previous night, but had himself expressed no opinion of his innocence or guilt. Kit was on the point of mustering courage to ask Barbara's mother about Barbara, when the turnkey who had conducted him reappeared. A second turnkey appeared behind his visitors, and the third turnkey with the newspaper cried, "Time, up," adding in the same breath, "Now for the next party," and then plunging deep into his newspaper again. Kit was taken off in an instant, with a blessing from his mother and a scream from little Jacob ringing in his ears. As he was crossing the next yard with the basket in his hand, under the guidance of his former conductor, another officer called to them to stop, and came up with a pint pot of porter in his hand. "This is Christopher Nubbles, isn't it, that come in last night for felony?" said the man. His comrade replied that this was the chicken in question. "Then here's your beer," said the other man to Christopher. "What are you looking at? There ain't a discharge in it." "I beg your pardon," said Kit. "Who sent it me?" "Why, your friend," replied the man. "You're to have it every day, he says, and so you will if he pays for it." "My friend," repeated Kit. "You're all abroad, seemingly," returned the other man. "There's his letter, take hold." Kit took it, and when he was locked up again, read as follows: "Drink of this cup, you'll find there's a spell in its every drop, 'gainst the ills of mortality. Talk of the cordial that sparkled for Helen. Her cup was a fiction, but this is reality. Barclay and Co. S. If they ever send it in a flat state, complain to the governor. Yours, R.S." "R.S.," said Kit, after some consideration. "It must be Mr. Richard Swiveller. Well, it's very kind of him, and I thank him heartily." Chapter 62. A faint light, twinkling from the window of the counting-house on Quilp's Wharf, and looking inflamed and red through the night fog, as though it suffered from it like an eye, forewarned Mr. Sampson Brass, as he approached the wooden cabin with a cautious step, that the excellent proprietor, his esteemed client, was inside, and probably waiting with his accustomed patience and sweetness of temper the fulfillment of the appointment which now brought Mr. Brass within his fair domain. "A treacherous place to pick one's steps in, of a dark night," muttered Sampson, as he stumbled for the 20th time over some stray lumber and limped in pain. "I believe that boy strews the ground differently every day, on purpose to bruise and maim one, unless his master does it with his own hands, which is more than likely. I hate to come to this place without Sally. She's more protection than a dozen men." As he paid this compliment to the merit of the absent charmer, Mr. Brass came to a halt, looking doubtfully towards the light and over his shoulder. "What's he about, I wonder?" murmured the lawyer, standing on tiptoe, and endeavoring to obtain a glimpse of what was passing inside, which at that distance was impossible drinking, I suppose making himself more fiery and furious, and heating his malice and mischievousness till they boil. "Am always afraid to come here by myself, when his account's a pretty large one. I don't believe he'd mind throttling me, and dropping me softly into the river when the tide was at its strongest, any more than he'd mind killing a rat. Indeed, I don't know whether he wouldn't consider it a pleasant joke. Hark, now he's singing." Mr. Quilp was certainly entertaining himself with vocal exercise, but it was rather a kind of chant than a song, being a monotonous repetition of one sentence in a very rapid manner, with a long stress upon the last word, which he swelled into a dismal roar. Nor did the burden of this performance bear any reference to love, or war, or wine, or loyalty, or any other, the standard topics of song, but to a subject not often set to music or generally known in ballads. The words being these: the worthy magistrate, after remarking that the prisoner would find some difficulty in persuading a jury to believe his tale, committed him to take his trial at the approaching sessions, and directed the customary recognizances to be entered into for the prosecution. Every time he came to this concluding word, and had exhausted all possible stress upon it, Quilp burst into a shriek of laughter and began again. "He's dreadfully imprudent," muttered Brass, after he had listened to 2 or 3 repetitions of the chant. "Horribly imprudent. I wish he was dumb, I wish he was deaf, I wish he was blind. Hang him," cried Brass as the chant began again. "I wish he was dead." giving utterance to these friendly aspirations in behalf of his client. Mr. Sampson composed his face into its usual state of smoothness, and waiting until the shriek came again and was dying away, went up to the wooden house and knocked at the door. "Come in," cried the dwarf. "How do you do tonight, sir?" said Sampson, peeping in. "Ha ha ha, how do you do, sir? Oh dear me, how very whimsical, amazingly whimsical to be sure." "Come in, you fool," returned the dwarf, "and don't stand there shaking your head and showing your teeth. Come in, you false witness, you perjurer, you suborner of evidence, come in." "He has the richest humor," cried Brass, shutting the door behind him, "the most amazing vein of comicality. But isn't it rather injudicious, sir?" "What?" demanded Quilp. "What Judas?" "Judas?" cried Brass. "He has such extraordinary spirits. His humor is so extremely playful. Judas, oh yes, dear me, how very good. Ha ha ha." All this time, Sampson was rubbing his hands and staring, with ludicrous surprise and dismay, at a great, goggle-eyed, blunt-nosed figurehead of some old ship, which was reared up against the wall in a corner near the stove, looking like a goblin or hideous idol whom the dwarf worshipped. A mass of timber on its head, carved into the dim and distant semblance of a cocked hat, together with a representation of a star on the left breast and epaulets on the shoulders, denoted that it was intended for the effigy of some famous admiral. But without those helps, any observer might have supposed it the authentic portrait of a distinguished merman or great sea monster. Being originally much too large for the apartment which it was now employed to decorate, it had been sawn short off at the waist. Even in this state it reached from floor to ceiling, and thrusting itself forward, with that excessively wide-awake aspect and air of somewhat obtrusive politeness, by which figureheads are usually characterized, seemed to reduce everything else to mere pygmy proportions. "Do you know it?" said the dwarf, watching Sampson's eyes. "Do you see the likeness?" "Eh?" said Brass, holding his head on one side and throwing it a little back, as connoisseurs do. "Now I look at it again, I fancy I see a yes. There certainly is something in the smile that reminds me of, and yet upon my word I." Now the fact was that Sampson, having never seen anything in the smallest degree resembling this substantial phantom, was much perplexed, being uncertain whether Mr. Quilp considered it like himself, and had therefore bought it for a family portrait, or whether he was pleased to consider it as the likeness of some enemy. He was not very long in doubt, for, while he was surveying it with that knowing look which people assume when they are contemplating for the first time portraits which they ought to recognize but don't, the dwarf threw down the newspaper from which he had been chanting the words already quoted, and seizing a rusty iron bar, which he used in lieu of poker, dealt the figure such a stroke on the nose that it rocked again. "Is it like Kit, is it, his picture, his image, his very self?" cried the dwarf, aiming a shower of blows at the insensible countenance and covering it with deep dimples. "Is it the exact model and counterpart of the dog? Is it, is it, is it?" And with every repetition of the question, he battered the great image, until the perspiration streamed down his face with the violence of the exercise. Although this might have been a very comical thing to look at from a secure gallery, as a bullfight is found to be a comfortable spectacle by those who are not in the arena, and a house on fire is better than a play to people who don't live near it, there was something in the earnestness of Mr. Quilp's manner which made his legal adviser feel that the counting-house was a little too small, and a deal too lonely, for the complete enjoyment of these humors. Therefore he stood as far off as he could, while the dwarf was thus engaged, whimpering out but feeble applause, and when Quilp left off and sat down again from pure exhaustion, approached with more obsequiousness than ever. "Excellent indeed," cried Brass. "He, oh, very good, sir. You know," said Sampson, looking round as if in appeal to the bruised animal, "he's quite a remarkable man, quite." "Sit down," said the dwarf. "I bought the dog yesterday. I've been screwing gimlets into him and sticking forks in his eyes and cutting my name on him. I mean to burn him at last." "Ha ha," cried Brass, "extremely entertaining indeed." "Come here," said Quilp, beckoning him to draw near. "What's injudicious, hey?" "Nothing, sir, nothing. Scarcely worth mentioning, sir, but I thought that song admirably humorous in itself, you know, as perhaps rather." "Yes," said Quilp, "rather what?" "Just bordering, or as one may say remotely verging, upon the confines of injudiciousness perhaps, sir," returned Brass, looking timidly at the dwarf's cunning eyes, which were turned towards the fire and reflected its red light. "Why?" inquired Quilp without looking up. "Why, sir," returned Brass, venturing to be more familiar. "The fact is, sir, that any allusion to these little combinings together of friends, for objects in themselves extremely laudable, but which the law terms conspiracies are, you take me, sir, best kept snug and among friends, "Eh?" said Quilp, looking up with a perfectly vacant countenance. "What do you mean?" "Cautious, exceedingly cautious, very right and proper," cried Brass, nodding his head. "Mum, sir, even hear my meaning, sir, exactly." "Your meaning exactly, you brazen scarecrow, what's your meaning?" retorted Quilp. "Why do you talk to me of combining together? Do I combine? Do I know anything about your combinings?" "No, no, sir, certainly not by any means," returned Brass. "If you so wink and nod at me," said the dwarf, looking about him as if for his poker, "I'll spoil the expression of your monkey's face, I will." "Don't put yourself out of the way, I beg, sir," rejoined Brass, checking himself with great alacrity. "You're quite right, sir, quite right. I shouldn't have mentioned the subject, sir. It's much better not to. You're quite right, sir. Let us change it, if you please. You were asking, sir, Sally told me, about our lodger. He has not returned, sir." "No," said Quilp, heating some rum in a little saucepan and watching it to prevent its boiling over. "Why not?" "Why, sir," returned Brass, "he dear me, Mr. Quilp, sir." "What's the matter?" said the dwarf, stopping his hand in the act of carrying the saucepan to his mouth. "You have forgotten the water, sir," said Brass, "and excuse me, sir, but it's burning hot." Deigning no other than a practical answer to this remonstrance, Mr. Quilp raised the hot saucepan to his lips and deliberately drank off all the spirit it contained, which might have been in quantity about half a pint, and had been but a moment before, when he took it off the fire, bubbling and hissing fiercely. Having swallowed this gentle stimulant and shaken his fist at the Admiral, he bade Mr. Brass proceed. "But first," said Quilp with his accustomed grin, "have a drop yourself, a nice drop, a good, warm, fiery drop." "Why, sir," replied Brass, "if there was such a thing as a mouthful of water that could be got without trouble." "There's no such thing to be had here," cried the dwarf. "Water for lawyers, melted lead and brimstone, you mean, nice hot blistering pitch and tar, that's the thing for them, eh, Brass, eh?" "Ha, ha, ha," laughed Mr. Brass. "Oh, very biting, and yet it's like being tickled, there's a pleasure in it too, sir." "Drink that," said the dwarf, who had by this time heated some more. "Toss it off, don't leave any heel tap, scorch your throat and be happy." The wretched Samson took a few short sips of the liquor, which immediately distilled itself into burning tears, and in that form came rolling down his cheeks into the pipkin again, turning the color of his face and eyelids to a deep red, and giving rise to a violent fit of coughing, in the midst of which he was still heard to declare, with the constancy of a martyr, that it was beautiful indeed. While he was yet in unspeakable agonies, the dwarf renewed their conversation. "The lodger," said Quilp, "what about him?" "He is still, sir," returned Brass with intervals of coughing, stopping with the Garland family. "He has only been home once, sir, since the day of the examination of that culprit. He informed Mr. Richard, sir, that he couldn't bear the house after what had taken place, that he was wretched in it, and that he looked upon himself as being in a certain kind of way the cause of the occurrence, a very excellent lodger, sir. I hope we may not lose him." "Yah," cried the dwarf. "Never thinking of anybody but yourself, why don't you retrench, then scrape up, hoard, economize, eh?" "Why, sir," replied Brass, "upon my word I think Sarah's as good an economizer as any going. I do indeed, Mr. Quilp." "Moisten your clay, wet the other eye, drink, man," cried the dwarf. "You took a clerk to oblige me." "Delighted, sir, I am sure, at any time," replied Samson. "Yes, sir, I did." "Then now you may discharge him," said Quilp. "There's a means of retrenchment for you at once." "Discharge Mr. Richard, sir," cried Brass. "Have you more than one clerk, you parrot, that you ask the question, yes?" "Upon my word, sir," said Brass, "I wasn't prepared for this." "How could you be?" sneered the dwarf, "when I was? How often am I to tell you that I brought him to you that I might always have my eye on him and know where he was, and that I had a plot, a scheme, a little quiet piece of enjoyment afoot, of which the very cream and essence was, that this old man and grandchild who have sunk underground, I think, should be, while he and his precious friend believed them rich, in reality as poor as frozen rats." "I quite understood that, sir," rejoined Brass, "thoroughly." Well, sir, retorted Quilp, and do you understand now that they're not poor that they can't be, if they have such men as your lodger searching for them and scouring the country far and wide? Of course I do, sir, said Samson. Of course you do, retorted the dwarf, viciously snapping at his words. Of course do you understand, then, that it's no matter what comes of this fellow? Of course do you understand that for any other purpose he's no man for me, nor for you? I have frequently said to Sarah, sir, returned Brass, that he was of no use at all in the business. You can't put any confidence in him, sir. If you'll believe me, I've found that fellow, in the commonest little matters of the office that have been trusted to him, blurting out the truth, though expressly cautioned. The aggravation of that chap, sir, has exceeded anything you can imagine. It has indeed. Nothing but the respect and obligation I owe to you, sir. As it was plain that Samson was bent on a complimentary harangue. Unless he received a timely interruption, Mr. Quilp politely tapped him on the crown of his head with the little saucepan and requested that he would be so obliging as to hold his peace. Practical, sir, practical, said Brass, rubbing the place and smiling, but still extremely pleasant, immensely so. Hearken to me, will you? Returned Quilp, or I'll be a little more pleasant presently. There's no chance of his comrade and friend returning. The scamp has been obliged to fly, as I learn, for some knavery, and has found his way abroad. Let him rot there. Certainly, sir, quite proper forcible, cried Brass, glancing at the Admiral again, as if he made a third in company. Extremely forcible. I hate him, said Quilp between his teeth, and have always hated him for family reasons. Besides, he was an intractable ruffian, otherwise he would have been of use. This fellow is pigeon-hearted and light-headed. I don't want him any longer. Let him hang or drown-starve go to the devil. By all means, sir, returned Brass. When would you wish him, sir, to make that little excursion? When this trial's over, said Quilp. As soon as that's ended, send him about his business. It shall be done, sir, returned Brass. By all means. It will be rather a blow to Sarah, sir, but she has all her feelings under control. Ah, Mr. Quilp, I often think, sir, if it had only pleased Providence to bring you and Sarah together in earlier life, what blessed results would have flowed from such a union. You never saw our dear father, sir, a charming gentleman. Sarah was his pride and joy, sir. He would have closed his eyes in bliss, would Foxy, Mr. Quilp, if he could have found her such a partner. You esteem her, sir? I love her, croaked the dwarf. You're very good, sir, returned Brass, I am sure. Is there any other order, sir, that I can take a note of besides this little matter of Mr. Richard? None, replied the dwarf, seizing the saucepan. Let us drink the lovely Sarah. If we could do it in something, sir, that wasn't quite boiling, suggested Brass humbly, perhaps it would be better. I think it will be more agreeable to Sarah's feelings when she comes to hear from me of the honor you have done her, if she learns it was in liquor rather cooler than the last, sir. But to these remonstrances, Mr. Quilp turned a deaf ear. Samson Brass, who was, by this time, anything but sober, being compelled to take further draughts of the same strong bowl, found that, instead of at all contributing to his recovery, they had the novel effect of making the counting-house spin round and round with extreme velocity, and causing the floor and ceiling to heave in a very distressing manner. After a brief stupor, he awoke to a consciousness of being partly under the table and partly under the grate. This position not being the most comfortable one he could have chosen for himself, he managed to stagger to his feet, and holding on by the Admiral, looked round for his host. Mr. Brass's first impression was that his host was gone and had left him there alone, perhaps locked him in for the night. A strong smell of tobacco, however, suggested a new train of ideas. He looked upward and saw that the dwarf was smoking in his hammock. "Goodbye, sir," cried Brass faintly. "Goodbye, sir." "Won't you stop all night?" said the dwarf, peeping out. "Do stop all night." "I couldn't indeed, sir," replied Brass, who was almost dead from nausea and the closeness of the room. "If you'd have the goodness to show me a light, so that I may see my way across the yard, sir." Quilp was out in an instant, not with his legs first, or his head first, or his arms first, but bodily altogether. "To be sure," he said, taking up a lantern, which was now the only light in the place. "Be careful how you go, my dear friend. Be sure to pick your way among the timber, for all the rusty nails are upwards. There's a dog in the lane." He bit a man last night and a woman the night before, and last Tuesday he killed a child butt that was in play. Don't go too near him." "Which side of the road is he, sir?" asked Brass in great dismay. "He lives on the right hand," said Quilp, "but sometimes he hides on the left, ready for a spring. He's uncertain in that respect. Mind you take care of yourself. I'll never forgive you if you don't. There's the light out, never mind you know the way straight on." Quilp had slyly shaded the light by holding it against his breast, and now stood chuckling and shaking from head to foot in a rapture of delight, as he heard the lawyer stumbling up the yard, and now and then falling heavily down. At length, however, he got quit of the place, and was out of hearing. The dwarf shut himself up again, and sprang once more into his hammock. Chapter 63. The professional gentleman who had given Kit the consolatory piece of information relative to the settlement of his trifle of business at the Old Bailey, and the probability of its being very soon disposed of, turned out to be quite correct in his prognostications. In 8 days' time, the sessions commenced. In 1 day afterwards, the grand jury found a true bill against Christopher Nubbles for felony. And in 2 days from that finding, the aforesaid Christopher Nubbles was called upon to plead guilty or not guilty to an indictment for that he the said Christopher did feloniously abstract and steal from the dwelling house and office of one Sampson Brass, gentleman, 1 bank note for £5 issued by the Governor and Company of the Bank of England, in contravention of the statutes in that case made and provided, and against the peace of our sovereign lord the king, his crown and dignity. To this indictment, Christopher Nubbles, in a low and trembling voice, pleaded not guilty. And here, let those who are in the habit of forming hasty judgments from appearances, and who would have had Christopher, if innocent, speak out very strong and loud, observe, that confinement and anxiety will subdue the stoutest hearts. And that to one who has been close shut up, though it be only for 10 or 11 days, seeing but stone walls and a very few stony faces, the sudden entrance into a great hall filled with life is a rather disconcerting and startling circumstance. To this, it must be added, that life in a wig is to a large class of people much more terrifying and impressive than life with its own head of hair. And if, in addition to these considerations, there be taken into account Kit's natural emotion on seeing the 2 Mr. Garlands and the little notary looking on with pale and anxious faces, it will perhaps seem matter of no very great wonder that he should have been rather out of sorts, and unable to make himself quite at home. Although he had never seen either of the Mr. Garlands or Mr. Witherden, since the time of his arrest, he had been given to understand that they had employed counsel for him. Therefore, when one of the gentlemen in wigs got up and said, "I am for the prisoner, my lord," Kit made him a bow, and when another gentleman in a wig got up and said, "And I'm against him, my lord," Kit trembled very much and bowed to him too. And didn't he hope in his own heart that his gentleman was a match for the other gentleman, and would make him ashamed of himself in no time? The gentleman who was against him had to speak first, and being in dreadfully good spirits, for he had, in the last trial, very nearly procured the acquittal of a young gentleman who had had the misfortune to murder his father. He spoke up, you may be sure, telling the jury that if they acquitted this prisoner, they must expect to suffer no less pangs and agonies than he had told the other jury they would certainly undergo if they convicted that prisoner. And when he had told them all about the case, and that he had never known a worse case, he stopped a little while, like a man who had something terrible to tell them, and then said that he understood an attempt would be made by his learned friend. And here he looked sideways at Kit's gentleman, to impeach the testimony of those immaculate witnesses whom he should call before them. But he did hope and trust that his learned friend would have a greater respect and veneration for the character of the prosecutor, than whom, as he well knew, there did not exist, and never had existed, a more honorable member of that most honorable profession to which he was attached. And then he said, did the jury know Bevis Marks? And if they did know Bevis Marks, as he trusted for their own character, they did they know the historical and elevating associations connected with that most remarkable spot? Did they believe that a man like Brass could reside in a place like Bevis Marks, and not be a virtuous and most upright character? And when he had said a great deal to them on this point, he remembered that it was an insult to their understandings to make any remarks on what they must have felt so strongly without him, and therefore called Sampson Brass into the witness box, straightway. Then up comes Mr. Brass, very brisk and fresh, and having bowed to the judge like a man who has had the pleasure of seeing him before, and who hopes he has been pretty well since their last meeting, folds his arms and looks at his gentleman as much as to say, "Here I am full of evidence, tap me." And the gentleman does tap him presently, and with great discretion too, drawing off the evidence by little and little, and making it run quite clear and bright in the eyes of all present. Then Kit's gentleman takes him in hand, but can make nothing of him, and after a great many very long questions and very short answers, Mr. Sampson Brass goes down in glory. To him succeeds Sarah, who in like manner is easy to be managed by Mr. Brass's gentleman, but very obdurate to Kit's. In short, Kit's gentleman can get nothing out of her but a repetition of what she has said before, only a little stronger this time, as against his client, and therefore lets her go in some confusion. Then, Mr. Brass's gentleman calls Richard Swiveller, and Richard Swiveller appears accordingly. Now, Mr. Brass's gentleman has it whispered in his ear that this witness is disposed to be friendly to the prisoner, which, to say the truth, he is rather glad to hear, as his strength is considered to lie in what is familiarly termed badgering. Wherefore, he begins by requesting the officer to be quite sure that this witness kisses the book, then goes to work at him, tooth and nail. "Mr. Swiveller," says this gentleman to Dick, when he had told his tale with evident reluctance and a desire to make the best of it, "Pray, sir, where did you dine yesterday?" "Where did I dine yesterday? Aye, sir, where did you dine yesterday? Was it near here, sir?" "Oh, to be sure, yes, just over the way." "To be sure." "Yes, just over the way," repeats Mr. Brass's gentleman with a glance at the court. "Alone, sir?" "I beg your pardon," says Mr. Swiveller, who has not caught the question. "Alone, sir?" Repeats Mr. Brass's gentleman in a voice of thunder. "Did you dine alone? Did you treat anybody, sir?" "Come, oh yes, to be sure, yes, I did," says Mr. Swiveller with a smile. "Have the goodness to banish a levity, sir, which is very ill-suited to the place in which you stand, though perhaps you have reason to be thankful that it's only that place," says Mr. Brass's gentleman, with a nod of the head, insinuating that the dock is Mr. Swiveller's legitimate sphere of action. "And attend to me. You were waiting about here, yesterday, in expectation that this trial was coming on. You dined over the way, you treated somebody. Now, was that somebody brother to the prisoner at the bar? Mr. Swiveller is proceeding to explain yes or no, sir," cries Mr. Brass's gentleman. "But will you allow me yes or no? Sir, yes it was, but yes it was," cries the gentleman, taking him up short. "And a very pretty witness you are." Down sits Mr. Brass's gentleman. Kit's gentleman, not knowing how the matter really stands, is afraid to pursue the subject. Richard Swiveller retires abashed. Judge, jury, and spectators have visions of his lounging about, with an ill-looking, large-whiskered, dissolute young fellow of 6 feet high. The reality is little Jacob, with the calves of his legs exposed to the open air, and himself tied up in a shawl. Nobody knows the truth, everybody believes a falsehood, and all because of the ingenuity of Mr. Brass's gentleman. Then come the witnesses to character, and here Mr. Brass's gentleman shines again. It turns out that Mr. Garland has had no character with Kit, no recommendation of him but from his own mother, and that he was suddenly dismissed by his former master for unknown reasons. "Really, Mr. Garland," says Mr. Brass's gentleman, "for a person who has arrived at your time of life, you are, to say the least of it, singularly indiscreet, I think." The jury think so too, and find Kit guilty. He is taken off, humbly protesting his innocence. The spectators settle themselves in their places with renewed attention, for there are several female witnesses to be examined in the next case, and it has been rumored that Mr. Brass's gentleman will make great fun in cross-examining them for the prisoner. Kit's mother, poor woman, is waiting at the grate below stairs, accompanied by Barbara's mother, who, honest soul, never does anything but cry and hold the baby, and a sad interview ensues. The newspaper-reading turnkey has told them all. He don't think it will be transportation for life because there's time to prove the good character yet, and that is sure to serve him. He wonders what he did it for. "He never did it," cries Kit's mother. "Well," says the turnkey, "I won't contradict you. It's all one now, whether he did it or not." Kit's mother can reach his hand through the bars, and she clasps it God, and those to whom he has given such tenderness, only know in how much agony. Kit bids her keep a good heart, and, under pretense of having the children lifted up to kiss him, prays Barbara's mother in a whisper to take her home. "Some friend will rise up for us, mother," cried Kit, "I am sure, if not now, before long. My innocence will come out, mother, and I shall be brought back again. I feel confidence in that. You must teach little Jacob and the baby how all this was, for if they thought I had ever been dishonest when they grew old enough to understand, it would break my heart to know it, if I was thousands of miles away. Oh, is there no good gentleman here who will take care of her? The hand slips out of his, for the poor creature sinks down upon the earth, insensible. Richard Swiveller comes hastily up, elbows the bystanders out of the way, takes her, after some trouble, in one arm after the manner of theatrical ravishers, and, nodding to Kit, and commanding Barbara's mother to follow, for he has a coach waiting, bears her swiftly off. Well, Richard took her home, and what astonishing absurdities in the way of quotation from song and poem he perpetrated on the road, no man knows. He took her home, and stayed till she was recovered, and having no money to pay the coach, went back in state to Bevis Marks, bidding the driver, for it was Saturday night, wait at the door while he went in for change. "Mr. Richard, sir," said Brass cheerfully, "good evening." Monstrous as Kit's tale had appeared, at first, Mr. Richard did, that night, half suspect his affable employer of some deep villainy. Perhaps it was but the misery he had just witnessed which gave his careless nature this impulse. But be that as it may, it was very strong upon him, and he said in as few words as possible what he wanted. "Money?" cried Brass, taking out his purse. "Ha ha, to be sure, Mr. Richard, to be sure, sir. All men must live. You haven't change for a £5 note, have you, sir?" "No," returned Dick shortly. "Oh," said Brass, "here's the very sum. That saves trouble. You're very welcome, I'm sure, Mr. Richard, sir." Dick, who had by this time reached the door, turned round. "You needn't," said Brass, "trouble yourself to come back any more, sir." "Eh? You see, Mr. Richard," said Brass, thrusting his hands in his pockets and rocking himself to and fro on his stool, "the fact is that a man of your abilities is lost, sir, quite lost, in our dry and mouldy line. It's terrible drudgery shocking. I should say, now, that the stage, or the army, Mr. Richard, or something very superior in the licensed victualling way was the kind of thing that would call out the genius of such a man as you. I hope you'll look in to see us now and then. Sally, sir, will be delighted, I'm sure. She's extremely sorry to lose you, Mr. Richard, but a sense of her duty to society reconciles her. An amazing creature, that, sir. You'll find the money quite correct, I think. There's a cracked window, sir, but I've not made any deduction on that account. Whenever we part with friends, Mr. Richard, let us part liberally. A delightful sentiment, sir." To all these rambling observations, Mr. Swiveller answered not one word, but, returning for the aquatic jacket, rolled it into a tight round ball, looking steadily at Brass meanwhile as if he had some intention of bowling him down with it. He only took it under his arm, however, and marched out of the office in profound silence. When he had closed the door, he reopened it, stared in again for a few moments with the same portentous gravity, and nodding his head once, in a slow and ghost-like manner, vanished. He paid the coachman, and turned his back on Bevis Marks, big with great designs for the comforting of Kit's mother and the aid of Kit himself. But the lives of gentlemen devoted to such pleasures as Richard Swiveller are extremely precarious. The spiritual excitement of the last fortnight, working upon a system affected in no slight degree by the spirituous excitement of some years, proved a little too much for him. That very night, Mr. Richard was seized with an alarming illness, and in 24 hours was stricken with a raging fever. Chapter 64. Tossing to and fro upon his hot, uneasy bed, tormented by a fierce thirst which nothing could appease, unable to find, in any change of posture, a moment's peace or ease, and rambling ever through deserts of thought where there was no resting place, no sight or sound suggestive of refreshment or repose, nothing but a dull eternal weariness, with no change but the restless shiftings of his miserable body, and the weary wandering of his mind, constant still to one ever-present anxiety, to a sense of something left undone, of some fearful obstacle to be surmounted, of some carking care that would not be driven away, and which haunted the distempered brain, now in this form, now in that, always shadowy and dim, but recognizable for the same phantom in every shape it took, darkening every vision like an evil conscience, and making slumber horrible in these slow tortures of his dread disease. The unfortunate Richard lay wasting and consuming inch by inch, until, at last, when he seemed to fight and struggle to rise up, and to be held down by devils, he sank into a deep sleep and dreamed no more. He awoke. With a sensation of most blissful rest, better than sleep itself, he began gradually to remember something of these sufferings, and to think what a long night it had been, and whether he had not been delirious twice or thrice. Happening, in the midst of these cogitations, to raise his hand, he was astonished to find how heavy it seemed, and yet how thin and light it really was. Still, he felt indifferent and happy, and having no curiosity to pursue the subject, remained in the same waking slumber until his attention was attracted by a cough. This made him doubt whether he had locked his door last night, and feel a little surprised at having a companion in the room. Still, he lacked energy to follow up this train of thought, and unconsciously fell, in a luxury of repose, to staring at some green stripes on the bed furniture, and associating them strangely with patches of fresh turf, while the yellow ground between made gravel walks, and so helped out a long perspective of trim gardens. He was rambling in imagination on these terraces, and had quite lost himself among them indeed, when he heard the cough once more. The walks shrunk into stripes again at the sound, and raising himself a little in the bed, and holding the curtain open with one hand, he looked out. The same room certainly, and still by candlelight, but with what unbounded astonishment did he see all those bottles, and basins, and articles of linen airing by the fire, and such like furniture of a sick chamber all very clean and neat, but all quite different from anything he had left there, when he went to bed. The atmosphere, too, filled with a cool smell of herbs and vinegar, the floor newly sprinkled, the what? The Marchioness. Yes, playing cribbage with herself at the table. There she sat, intent upon her game, coughing now and then in a subdued manner as if she feared to disturb him, shuffling the cards, cutting, dealing, playing, counting, pegging, going through all the mysteries of cribbage as if she had been in full practice from her cradle. Mr. Swiveller contemplated these things for a short time, and suffering the curtain to fall into its former position, laid his head on the pillow again. "I'm dreaming," thought Richard. "That's clear. When I went to bed, my hands were not made of eggshells, and now I can almost see through M. If this is not a dream, I have woke up by mistake in an Arabian night instead of a London one, but I have no doubt I'm asleep, not the least." Here the small servant had another cough. "Very remarkable," thought Mr. Swiveller. "I never dreamt such a real cough as that before. I don't know, indeed, that I ever dreamt either a cough or a sneeze. Perhaps it's part of the philosophy of dreams that one never does. There's another and another, I say. I'm dreaming rather fast." For the purpose of testing his real condition, Mr. Swiveller, after some reflection, pinched himself in the arm. "Queerer still," he thought. "I came to bed rather plump than otherwise, and now there's nothing to lay hold of. I'll take another survey." The result of this additional inspection was to convince Mr. Swiveller that the objects by which he was surrounded were real, and that he saw them, beyond all question, with his waking eyes. "It's an Arabian night, that's what it is," said Richard. "I'm in Damascus or Grand Cairo. The Marchioness is a genie, and having had a wager with another genie about who is the handsomest young man alive, and the worthiest to be the husband of the Princess of China, has brought me away, room and all, to compare us together." "Perhaps," said Mr. Swiveller, turning languidly round on his pillow and looking on that side of his bed which was next the wall, "the princess may be still no, she's gone." Not feeling quite satisfied with this explanation, as, even taking it to be the correct one, it still involved a little mystery and doubt, Mr. Swiveller raised the curtain again, determined to take the first favorable opportunity of addressing his companion. An occasion presented itself. The Marchioness dealt, turned up a knave, and omitted to take the usual advantage, upon which Mr. Swiveller called out as loud as he could to for his heels. The Marchioness jumped up quickly and clapped her hands. "Arabian Night, certainly," thought Mr. Swiveller. "They always clap their hands instead of ringing the bell. Now for the 2,000 black slaves, with jars of jewels on their heads." It appeared, however, that she had only clapped her hands for joy, for directly afterward she began to laugh, and then to cry, declaring, not in choice Arabic but in familiar English, that she was so glad she didn't know what to do. "Marchioness," said Mr. Swiveller thoughtfully, "be pleased to draw nearer. First of all, will you have the goodness to inform me where I shall find my voice, and secondly, what has become of my flesh?" The Marchioness only shook her head mournfully, and cried again, whereupon Mr. Swiveller, being very weak, felt his own eyes affected likewise. "I begin to infer, from your manner, and these appearances, Marchioness," said Richard after a pause, and smiling with a trembling lip, "that I have been ill." "You just have," replied the small servant, wiping her eyes. "And haven't you been a-talking nonsense?" "Oh," said Dick, "very ill, Marchioness, have I been." "Dead all but," replied the small servant. "I never thought you'd get better. Thank heaven you have." Mr. Swiveller was silent for a long while. By and by, he began to talk again, inquiring how long he had been there. 3 weeks tomorrow," replied the servant. "3 what?" said Dick. "Weeks," returned the Marchioness emphatically. "3 long, slow weeks." The bare thought of having been in such extremity caused Richard to fall into another silence, and to lie flat down again, at his full length. The Marchioness, having arranged the bedclothes more comfortably, and felt that his hands and forehead were quite cool, a discovery that filled her with delight, cried a little more, and then applied herself to getting tea ready and making some thin, dry toast. While she was thus engaged, Mr. Swiveller looked on with a grateful heart, very much astonished to see how thoroughly at home she made herself, and attributing this attention in its origin to Sally Brass, whom, in his own mind, he could not thank enough. When the Marchioness had finished her toasting, she spread a clean cloth on a tray and brought him some crisp slices and a great basin of weak tea, with which, she said, the doctor had left word he might refresh himself when he awoke. She propped him up with pillows, if not as skillfully as if she had been a professional nurse all her life, at least as tenderly, and looked on with unutterable satisfaction while the patient, stopping every now and then to shake her by the hand, took his poor meal with an appetite and relish which the greatest dainties of the earth, under any other circumstances, would have failed to provoke. Having cleared away and disposed everything comfortably about him again, she sat down at the table to take her own tea. "Marchioness," said Mr. Swiveller, "how's Sally?" The small servant screwed her face into an expression of the very uttermost entanglement of slyness, and shook her head. "What, haven't you seen her lately?" said Dick. "Seen her?" cried the small servant. "Bless you, I've run away." Mr. Swiveller immediately laid himself down again quite flat, and so remained for about 5 minutes. By slow degrees, he resumed his sitting posture after that lapse of time, and inquired, "And where do you live, Marchioness?" "Live," cried the small servant, "here." "Oh," said Mr. Swiveller. And with that he fell down flat again, as suddenly as if he had been shot. Thus he remained, motionless and bereft of speech, until she had finished her meal, put everything in its place, and swept the hearth, when he motioned her to bring a chair to the bedside, and, being propped up again, opened a farther conversation. "And so," said Dick, "you have run away." "Yes," said the Marchioness, "and they've been a-tizing of me." "Been, I beg your pardon," said Dick, "what have they been doing?" "Been a-tizing of me, tizing you know in the newspapers," rejoined the Marchioness. "Aye, aye," said Dick, "advertising." The small servant nodded and winked. Her eyes were so red with waking and crying that the tragic muse might have winked with greater consistency, and so Dick felt. "Tell me," said he, "how it was that you thought of coming here." "Why, you see," returned the Marchioness, "when you was gone, I hadn't any friend at all, because the lodger he never come back, and I didn't know where either him or you was to be found, you know. But one morning, when I was near a keyhole," suggested Mr. Swiveller, observing that she faltered. "Well then," said the small servant, nodding, "when I was near the office keyhole as you see me through, you know I heard somebody saying that she lived here, and was the lady whose house you lodged at, and that you was took very bad and wouldn't nobody come and take care of you. Mr. Brass, he says, 'It's no business of mine,' he says, and Miss Sally, she says, 'He's a funny chap, but it's no business of mine.' And the lady went away and slammed the door to, when she went out, I can tell you. So I run away that night and come here, and told you was my brother, and they believed me, and I've been here ever since." "This poor little Marchioness has been wearing herself to death," cried Dick. "No, I haven't," she returned, "not a bit of it. Don't you mind about me. I like sitting up, and I've often had a sleep, bless you, in one of them chairs. But if you could have seen how you tried to jump out winder, and if you could have heard how you used to keep on singing and making speeches, you wouldn't have believed a time so glad you're better, Mr. Liverer." "Liverer indeed," said Dick thoughtfully. "It's well I am a liverer. I strongly suspect I should have died, Marchioness, but for you." At this point, Mr. Swiveller took the small servant's hand in his again, and being, as we have seen, but poorly, might in struggling to express his thanks have made his eyes as red as hers, but that she quickly changed the theme by making him lie down and urging him to keep very quiet. The doctor, she told him, said you was to be kept quite still, and there was to be no noise nor nothing. Now take a rest, and then we'll talk again. I'll sit by you, you know. If you shut your eyes, perhaps you'll go to sleep. You'll be all the better for it if you do. The Marchioness, in saying these words, brought a little table to the bedside, took her seat at it, and began to work away at the concoction of some cooling drink, with the address of a score of chemists. Richard Swiveller, being indeed fatigued, fell into a slumber, and waking in about half an hour, inquired what time it was. "Just gone half after 6, replied his small friend, helping him to sit up again. "Marchioness," said Richard, passing his hand over his forehead and turning suddenly round, as though the subject but that moment flashed upon him, "what has become of Kit?" "He had been sentenced to transportation for a great many years," she said. "Has he gone?" asked Dick his mother. "How is she? What has become of her?" His nurse shook her head and answered that she knew nothing about them. "But if I thought," said she, very slowly, "that you'd keep quiet and not put yourself into another fever, I could tell you, but I won't now." "Yes, do," said Dick. "It will amuse me." "Oh, would it though?" rejoined the small servant with a horrified look. "I know better than that. Wait till you're better and then I'll tell you." Dick looked very earnestly at his little friend, and his eyes, being large and hollow from illness, assisted the expression so much that she was quite frightened and besought him not to think any more about it. What had already fallen from her, however, had not only piqued his curiosity, but seriously alarmed him, wherefore he urged her to tell him the worst at once. "Oh, there's no worst in it," said the small servant. "It hasn't anything to do with you." "Has it anything to do with, is it anything you heard through chinks or keyhole's end that you were not intended to hear?" asked Dick, in a breathless state. "Yes," replied the small servant. "In Bevis Marks," pursued Dick hastily, "conversations between Brass and Sally." "Yes," cried the small servant again. Richard Swiveller thrust his lank arm out of bed, and, gripping her by the wrist and drawing her close to him, bade her out with it, and freely too, or he would not answer for the consequences, being wholly unable to endure the state of excitement and expectation. She, seeing that he was greatly agitated, and that the effects of postponing her revelation might be much more injurious than any that were likely to ensue from its being made at once, promised compliance, on condition that the patient kept himself perfectly quiet and abstained from starting up or tossing about. "But if you begin to do that," said the small servant, "I'll leave off, and so I tell you." "You can't leave off till you have gone on," said Dick. "And do go on, there's a darling. Speak, sister, speak. Pretty Polly say, 'Oh, tell me when, and tell me where, pray, Marchioness, I beseech you.'" Unable to resist these fervent adjurations, which Richard Swiveller poured out as passionately as if they had been of the most solemn and tremendous nature, his companion spoke thus. "Well, before I run away, I used to sleep in the kitchen where we played cards, you know. Miss Sally used to keep the key of the kitchen door in her pocket, and she always come down at night to take away the candle and rake out the fire. When she had done that, she left me to go to bed in the dark, locked the door on the outside, put the key in her pocket again, and kept me locked up till she come down in the morning very early, I can tell you, and let me out. I was terrible afraid of being kept like this, because if there was a fire, I thought they might forget me and only take care of themselves, you know. So, whenever I see an old rusty key anywhere, I picked it up and tried if it would fit the door, and at last I found in the dust cellar a key that did fit it." Here Mr. Swiveller made a violent demonstration with his legs, but the small servant immediately pausing in her talk, he subsided again, and pleading a momentary forgetfulness of their compact, entreated her to proceed. "They kept me very short," said the small servant. "Oh, you can't think how short they kept me. So I used to come out at night after they'd gone to bed and feel about in the dark for bits of biscuit or sandwiches that you'd left in the office, or even pieces of orange peel to put into cold water and make believe it was wine. Did you ever taste orange peel and water?" Mr. Swiveller replied that he had never tasted that ardent liquor, and once more urged his friend to resume the thread of her narrative. "If you make believe very much, it's quite nice," said the small servant, "but if you don't, you know, it seems as if it would bear a little more seasoning, certainly." Well, sometimes I used to come out after they'd gone to bed, and sometimes before, and 1 or 2 nights before there was all that precious noise in the office when the young man was took. I mean I come upstairs, while Mr. Brass and Miss Sally was sittin' at the office fire. And I tell you the truth, that I come to listen again about the key of the safe. Mr. Swiveller gathered up his knees so as to make a great cone of the bedclothes, and conveyed into his countenance an expression of the utmost concern. But the small servant pausing and holding up her finger, the cone gently disappeared, though the look of concern did not. There was him and her, said the small servant, sittin' by the fire and talking softly together. Mr. Brass says to Miss Sally, upon my word, he says it's a dangerous thing and it might get us into a world of trouble and I don't half like it. She says you know her way, she says, you're the chickenest-hearted, feeblest, faintest man I ever see and I think, she says, that I ought to have been the brother and you the sister. Isn't Quilp, she says, our principal support? He certainly is, says Mr. Brass, and aren't we, she says, constantly ruining somebody or other in the way of business? We certainly are, says Mr. Brass. Then does it signify, she says, about ruining this kit when Quilp desires it? It certainly does not signify, says Mr. Brass. Then they whispered and laughed for a long time about there being no danger if it was well done, and then Mr. Brass pulls out his pocketbook and says, well, he says, here it is Quilp's own £5 note. We'll agree that way then, he says. Kit S coming tomorrow morning, I know. While he's upstairs, you'll get out of the way and I'll clear off Mr. Richard. Having Kit alone, I'll hold him in conversation and put this property in his hat. I'll manage so, besides, he says, that Mr. Richard shall find it there and be the evidence. And if that don't get Christopher out of Mr. Quilp's way and satisfy Mr. Quilp's grudges, he says, the devil's in it. Miss Sally laughed and said that was the plan, and as they seemed to be moving away, and I was afraid to stop any longer, I went downstairs again. There. The small servant had gradually worked herself into as much agitation as Mr. Swiveller, and therefore made no effort to restrain him when he sat up in bed and hastily demanded whether this story had been told to anybody. How could it be? Replied his nurse. I was almost afraid to think about it, and hoped the young man would be let off. When I heard M say they had found him guilty of what he didn't do, you was gone, and so was the lodger, though I think I should have been frightened to tell him, even if he'd been there. Ever since I come here, you've been out of your senses, and what would have been the good of telling you then? Marchioness, said Mr. Swiveller, plucking off his nightcap and flinging it to the other end of the room. If you'll do me the favor to retire for a few minutes and see what sort of a night it is, I'll get up. You mustn't think of such a thing, cried his nurse. I must indeed, said the patient, looking round the room. Whereabouts are my clothes? Oh, I'm so glad you haven't got any, replied the Marchioness. Ma'am, said Mr. Swiveller in great astonishment. I've been obliged to sell them, every one, to get the things that was ordered for you. But don't take on about that, urged the Marchioness, as Dick fell back upon his pillow. You're too weak to stand, indeed. I am afraid, said Richard dolefully, that you're right. What ought I to do? What is to be done? It naturally occurred to him, on very little reflection, that the first step to take would be to communicate with one of the Mr. Garlands instantly. It was very possible that Mr. Abel had not yet left the office. In as little time as it takes to tell it, the small servant had the address in pencil on a piece of paper, a verbal description of father and son, which would enable her to recognize either without difficulty, and a special caution to be shy of Mr. Chuckster, in consequence of that gentleman's known antipathy to Kit. Armed with these slender powers, she hurried away, commissioned to bring either old Mr. Garland or Mr. Abel, bodily, to that apartment. I suppose, said Dick, as she closed the door slowly and peeped into the room again, to make sure that he was comfortable. I suppose there's nothing left, not so much as a waistcoat even. No, nothing. It's embarrassing, said Mr. Swiveller. In case of fire even, an umbrella would be something, but you did quite right, dear Marchioness. I should have died without you. Chapter 65. It was well for the small servant that she was of a sharp, quick nature, or the consequence of sending her out alone, from the very neighborhood in which it was most dangerous for her to appear, would probably have been the restoration of Miss Sally Brass to the supreme authority over her person. Not unmindful of the risk she ran, however, the Marchioness no sooner left the house than she dived into the first dark by way that presented itself, and, without any present reference to the point to which her journey tended, made it her first business to put 2 good miles of brick and mortar between herself and Bevis Marks. When she had accomplished this object, she began to shape her course for the notary's office, to wit shrewdly inquiring of apple women and oyster sellers at street corners, rather than in lighted shops or of well-dressed people. At the hazard of attracting notice, she easily procured a direction. As carrier pigeons, on being first let loose in a strange place, beat the air at random for a short time before darting off towards the spot for which they are designed, so did the Marchioness flutter round and round until she believed herself in safety, and then bear swiftly down upon the port for which she was bound. She had no bonnet nothing on her head but a great cap which, in some old time, had been worn by Sally Brass, whose taste in headdresses was, as we have seen, peculiar, and her speed was rather retarded than assisted by her shoes, which, being extremely large and slipshod, flew off every now and then, and were difficult to find again among the crowd of passengers. Indeed, the poor little creature experienced so much trouble and delay from having to grope for these articles of dress in mud and kennel, and suffered in these researches so much jostling, pushing, squeezing, and bandying from hand to hand, that by the time she reached the street in which the notary lived, she was fairly worn out and exhausted, and could not refrain from tears. But to have got there at last was a great comfort, especially as there were lights still burning in the office window, and therefore some hope that she was not too late. So the Marchioness dried her eyes with the backs of her hands, and, stealing softly up the steps, peeped in through the glass door. Mr. Chuckster was standing behind the lid of his desk, making such preparations towards finishing off for the night, as pulling down his wristbands and pulling up his shirt collar, settling his neck more gracefully in his stock, and secretly arranging his whiskers by the aid of a little triangular bit of looking-glass. Before the ashes of the fire stood 2 gentlemen, one of whom she rightly judged to be the notary, and the other, who was buttoning his greatcoat and was evidently about to depart immediately, Mr. Abel Garland. Having made these observations, the small spy took counsel with herself, and resolved to wait in the street until Mr. Abel came out, as there would be then no fear of having to speak before Mr. Chuckster, and less difficulty in delivering her message. With this purpose, she slipped out again, and crossing the road, sat down upon a doorstep just opposite. She had hardly taken this position, when there came dancing up the street with his legs all wrong, and his head everywhere by turns, a pony. This pony had a little phaeton behind him, and a man in it, but neither man nor phaeton seemed to embarrass him in the least, as he reared up on his hind legs, or stopped, or went on, or stood still again, or backed, or went sideways, without the smallest reference to them, just as the fancy seized him, and as if he were the freest animal in creation. When they came to the notary's door, the man called out in a very respectful manner, Woa then intimating that if he might venture to express a wish, it would be that they stopped there. The pony made a moment's pause, but as if it occurred to him that to stop when he was required might be to establish an inconvenient and dangerous precedent, he immediately started off again, rattled at a fast trot to the street corner, wheeled round, came back, and then stopped of his own accord. "Oh, you're a precious creator," said the man, who didn't venture by the by to come out in his true colors until he was safe on the pavement. "I wish I had the rewarding of you I do." "What has he been doing?" said Mr. Abel, tying a shawl round his neck as he came down the steps. "He's enough to fret a man's heart out," replied the hostler. "He is the most vicious rascal. Woa then, will you?" "He'll never stand still if you call him names," said Mr. Abel, getting in and taking the reins. "He's a very good fellow if you know how to manage him. This is the first time he has been out, this long while, for he has lost his old driver and wouldn't stir for anybody else till this morning. The lamps are right, are they? That's well. Be here to take him tomorrow, if you please. Good night." And after 1 or 2 strange plunges, quite of his own invention, the pony yielded to Mr. Abel's mildness, and trotted gently off. All this time Mr. Chuckster had been standing at the door, and the small servant had been afraid to approach. She had nothing for it now, therefore, but to run after the chaise, and to call to Mr. Abel to stop. Being out of breath when she came up with it, she was unable to make him hear. The case was desperate, for the pony was quickening his pace. The Marchioness hung on behind for a few moments, and, feeling that she could go no farther, and must soon yield, clambered by a vigorous effort into the hinder seat, and in so doing lost one of the shoes forever. Mr. Abel, being in a thoughtful frame of mind, and having quite enough to do to keep the pony going, went jogging on without looking round, little dreaming of the strange figure that was close behind him, until the Marchioness, having in some degree recovered her breath, and the loss of her shoe, and the novelty of her position, uttered close into his ear, "The words I say, sir." He turned his head quickly enough then, and stopping the pony, cried with some trepidation, "God bless me, what is this?" "Don't be frightened, sir," replied the still panting messenger. "Oh, I've run such a way after you." "What do you want with me?" said Mr. Abel. "How did you come here?" "I got in behind," replied the Marchioness. "Oh, please drive on, sir, don't stop and go towards the city, will you? And oh, do please make haste, because it's of consequence. There's somebody wants to see you there. He sent me to say would you come directly, and that he knowed all about Kit, and could save him yet, and prove his innocence." "What do you tell me, child?" "The truth, upon my word and honor I do. But please to drive on quick, please. I've been such a time gone, he'll think I'm lost." Mr. Abel involuntarily urged the pony forward. The pony, impelled by some secret sympathy or some new caprice, burst into a great pace, and neither slackened it, nor indulged in any eccentric performances until they arrived at the door of Mr. Swiveller's lodging, where, marvelous to relate, he consented to stop when Mr. Abel checked him. "See, it's the room up there," said the Marchioness, pointing to one where there was a faint light. "Come." Mr. Abel, who was one of the simplest and most retiring creatures in existence, and naturally timid withal, hesitated, for he had heard of people being decoyed into strange places to be robbed and murdered, under circumstances very like the present, and, for anything he knew to the contrary, by guides very like the Marchioness. His regard for Kit, however, overcame every other consideration. So, entrusting Whisker to the charge of a man who was lingering hard by in expectation of the job, he suffered his companion to take his hand, and to lead him up the dark and narrow stairs. He was not a little surprised to find himself conducted into a dimly lighted sick chamber, where a man was sleeping tranquilly in bed. "Ain't it nice to see him lying there so quiet?" said his guide, in an earnest whisper. "Oh, you'd say it was, if you had only seen him 2 or 3 days ago." Mr. Abel made no answer, and, to say the truth, kept a long way from the bed and very near the door. His guide, who appeared to understand his reluctance, trimmed the candle, and taking it in her hand, approached the bed. As she did so, the sleeper started up, and he recognized in the wasted face the features of Richard Swiveller. "Why, how is this?" said Mr. Abel kindly, as he hurried towards him. "You have been ill." "Very," replied Dick. "Nearly dead. You might have chanced to hear of your Richard on his bier, but for the friend I sent to fetch you, another shake of the hand, Marchioness, if you please. Sit down, sir." Mr. Abel seemed rather astonished to hear of the quality of his guide, and took a chair by the bedside. "I have sent for you, sir," said Dick, "but she told you on what account?" "She did. I am quite bewildered by all this. I really don't know what to say or think," replied Mr. Abel. "You'll say that presently," retorted Dick. "Marchioness, take a seat on the bed, will you? Now, tell this gentleman all that you told me, and be particular. Don't you speak another word, sir." The story was repeated. It was, in effect, exactly the same as before, without any deviation or omission. Richard Swiveller kept his eyes fixed on his visitor during its narration, and directly it was concluded, took the word again. "You have heard it all, and you'll not forget it. I'm too giddy and too queer to suggest anything, but you and your friends will know what to do. After this long delay, every minute is an age. If ever you went home fast in your life, go home fast tonight. Don't stop to say one word to me, but go. She will be found here whenever she's wanted, and as to me, you're pretty sure to find me at home for a week or 2. There are more reasons than one for that. Marchioness, a light. If you lose another minute in looking at me, sir, I'll never forgive you." Mr. Abel needed no more remonstrance or persuasion. He was gone in an instant, and the Marchioness, returning from lighting him downstairs, reported that the pony, without any preliminary objection whatever, had dashed away at full gallop. "That's right," said Dick, "and hearty of him, and I honor him from this time. But get some supper and a mug of beer, for I am sure you must be tired. Do have a mug of beer. It will do me as much good to see you take it as if I might drink it myself." Nothing but this assurance could have prevailed upon the small nurse to indulge in such a luxury. Having eaten and drunk to Mr. Swiveller's extreme contentment, given him his drink, and put everything in neat order, she wrapped herself in an old coverlet and lay down upon the rug before the fire. Mr. Swiveller was by that time murmuring in his sleep, "Strew then, O strew, a bed of rushes. Here will we stay till morning blushes. Good night, Marchioness." Chapter 66. On awaking in the morning, Richard Swiveller became conscious, by slow degrees, of whispering voices in his room. Looking out between the curtains, he espied Mr. Garland, Mr. Abel, the notary, and the single gentleman, gathered round the Marchioness, and talking to her with great earnestness but in very subdued tones, fearing, no doubt, to disturb him. He lost no time in letting them know that this precaution was unnecessary, and all four gentlemen directly approached his bedside. Old Mr. Garland was the first to stretch out his hand and inquire how he felt. Dick was about to answer that he felt much better, though still as weak as need be, when his little nurse, pushing the visitors aside and pressing up to his pillow as if in jealousy of their interference, set his breakfast before him and insisted on his taking it before he underwent the fatigue of speaking or of being spoken to. Mr. Swiveller, who was perfectly ravenous, and had had all night amazingly distinct and consistent dreams of mutton chops, double stout, and similar delicacies, felt even the weak tea and dry toast such irresistible temptations that he consented to eat and drink on one condition. "And that is," said Dick, returning the pressure of Mr. Garland's hand, "that you answer me this question truly before I take a bit or drop. Is it too late?" "For completing the work you began so well last night?" returned the old gentleman. "No, set your mind at rest on that point. It is not, I assure you." Comforted by this intelligence, the patient applied himself to his food with a keen appetite, though evidently not with a greater zest in the eating than his nurse appeared to have in seeing him eat. The manner of this meal was this: Mr. Swiveller, holding the slice of toast or cup of tea in his left hand, and taking a bite or drink as the case might be, constantly kept in his right one palm of the Marchioness tight locked. And to shake or even to kiss this imprisoned hand, he would stop every now and then in the very act of swallowing with perfect seriousness of intention and the utmost gravity. As often as he put anything into his mouth, whether for eating or drinking, the face of the Marchioness lighted up beyond all description. But whenever he gave her one or other of these tokens of recognition, her countenance became overshadowed, and she began to sob. Now, whether she was in her laughing joy or in her crying one, the Marchioness could not help turning to the visitors with an appealing look, which seemed to say, "You see this fellow, can I help this?" And they, being thus made, as it were, parties to the scene, as regularly answered by another look, "No, certainly not." This dumb show, taking place during the whole time of the invalid's breakfast, and the invalid himself, pale and emaciated, performing no small part in the same, it may be fairly questioned whether at any meal, where no word, good or bad, was spoken from beginning to end, so much was expressed by gestures in themselves so slight and unimportant. At length, then, to say the truth, before very long Mr. Swiveller had dispatched as much toast and tea as in that stage of his recovery it was discreet to let him have. But the cares of the Marchioness did not stop here, for, disappearing for an instant and presently returning with a basin of fair water, she laved his face and hands, brushed his hair, and in short made him as spruce and smart as anybody under such circumstances could be made. And all this in as brisk and businesslike a manner as if he were a very little boy and she his grown-up nurse. To these various attentions, Mr. Swiveller submitted in a kind of grateful astonishment beyond the reach of language. When they were at last brought to an end, and the Marchioness had withdrawn into a distant corner to take her own poor breakfast, cold enough by that time, he turned his face away for some few moments and shook hands heartily with the air. "Gentlemen," said Dick, rousing himself from this pause and turning round again, "you'll excuse me. Men who have been brought so low as I have been are easily fatigued. I am fresh again now and fit for talking. We're short of chairs here, among other trifles, but if you'll do me the favor to sit upon the bed." "What can we do for you?" said Mr. Garland kindly. "If you could make the Marchioness yonder a Marchioness in real, sober earnest," returned Dick, "I'd thank you to get it done offhand. But as you can't, And as the question is not what you will do for me, but what you will do for somebody else who has a better claim upon you, pray, sir, let me know what you intend doing." "It's chiefly on that account that we have come just now," said the single gentleman, "for you will have another visitor presently. We feared you would be anxious unless you knew from ourselves what steps we intended to take, and therefore came to you before we stirred in the matter." "Gentlemen," returned Dick, "I thank you. Anybody in the helpless state that you see me in is naturally anxious. Don't let me interrupt you, sir." "Then, you see, my good fellow," said the single gentleman, "that while we have no doubt whatever of the truth of this disclosure, which has so providentially come to light—" "Meaning hers," said Dick, pointing towards the Marchioness. "Meaning hers, of course. While we have no doubt of that, or that a proper use of it would procure the poor lad's immediate pardon and liberation, we have a great doubt whether it would, by itself, enable us to reach Quilp, the chief agent in this villainy. I should tell you that this doubt has been confirmed into something very nearly approaching certainty by the best opinions we have been enabled, in this short space of time, to take upon the subject. You'll agree with us that to give him even the most distant chance of escape, if we could help it, would be monstrous. You say with us, no doubt, if somebody must escape, let it be anyone but he." "Yes," returned Dick, "certainly. That is, if somebody must, but upon my word, I'm unwilling that anybody should. Since laws were made for every degree, to curb vice in others as well as in me, and so forth, you know, doesn't it strike you in that light?" The single gentleman smiled as if the light in which Mr. Swiveller had put the question were not the clearest in the world, and proceeded to explain that they contemplated proceeding by stratagem in the first instance, and that their design was to endeavor to extort a confession from the gentle Sarah. "When she finds how much we know, and how we know it," he said, "and that she is clearly compromised already, we are not without strong hopes that we may be enabled through her means to punish the other too effectually. If we could do that, she might go scot-free for aught I cared." Dick received this project in anything but a gracious manner, representing with as much warmth as he was then capable of showing, that they would find the old buck, meaning Sarah, more difficult to manage than Quilp himself that. For any tampering, terrifying, or cajolery, she was a very unpromising and unyielding subject that, she was of a kind of brass not easily melted or molded into shape, in short, that they were no match for her, and would be signally defeated. But it was in vain to urge them to adopt some other course. The single gentleman has been described as explaining their joint intentions, but it should have been written that they all spoke together, that if any one of them by chance held his peace for a moment, he stood gasping and panting for an opportunity to strike in again. In a word, that they had reached that pitch of impatience and anxiety where men can neither be persuaded nor reasoned with, and that it would have been as easy to turn the most impetuous wind that ever blew, as to prevail on them to reconsider their determination. So, after telling Mr. Swiveller how they had not lost sight of Kit's mother and the children, how they had never once even lost sight of Kit himself, but had been unremitting in their endeavors to procure a mitigation of his sentence, how they had been perfectly distracted between the strong proofs of his guilt and their own fading hopes of his innocence, and how he, Richard Swiveller, might keep his mind at rest, for everything should be happily adjusted between that time and night. After telling him all this, and adding a great many kind and cordial expressions, personal to himself, which it is unnecessary to recite, Mr. Garland, the notary, and the single gentleman took their leaves at a very critical time, or Richard Swiveller must assuredly have been driven into another fever, whereof the results might have been fatal. Mr. Abel remained behind, very often looking at his watch and at the room door until Mr. Swiveller was roused from a short nap, by the setting down on the landing-place outside, as from the shoulders of a porter, of some giant load, which seemed to shake the house, and made the little physic bottles on the mantel-shelf ring again. Directly this sound reached his ears, Mr. Abel started up, and hobbled to the door and opened it, and behold, there stood a strong man with a mighty hamper, which, being hauled into the room and presently unpacked, disgorged such treasures as tea, and coffee, and wine, and rusks, and oranges, and grapes, and fowls ready trussed for boiling, and calf's foot jelly, and arrowroot, and sago, and other delicate restoratives, that the small servant, who had never thought it possible that such things could be, except in shops, stood rooted to the spot in her one shoe, with her mouth and eyes watering in unison, and her power of speech quite gone. But not so Mr. Abel, or the strong man who emptied the hamper, big as it was, in a twinkling. And not so the nice old lady, who appeared so suddenly that she might have come out of the hamper too, it was quite large enough. And who, bustling about on tiptoe and without noise now here, now there, now everywhere at once began to fill out the jelly in teacups, and to make chicken broth in small saucepans, and to peel oranges for the sick man and to cut them up in little pieces, and to ply the small servant with glasses of wine and choice bits of everything, until more substantial meat could be prepared for her refreshment. The whole of which appearances were so unexpected and bewildering that Mr. Swiveller, when he had taken 2 oranges and a little jelly, and had seen the strong man walk off with the empty basket, plainly leaving all that abundance for his use and benefit, was fain to lie down and fall asleep again, from sheer inability to entertain such wonders in his mind. Meanwhile, the single gentleman, the notary, and Mr. Garland repaired to a certain coffee house, and from that place indicted and sent a letter to Miss Sally Brass, requesting her, in terms mysterious and brief, to favor an unknown friend who wished to consult her, with her company there, as speedily as possible. The communication performed its errand so well that within 10 minutes of the messenger's return and report of its delivery, Miss Brass herself was announced. "Pray, ma'am," said the single gentleman whom she found alone in the room, "take a chair." Miss Brass sat herself down, in a very stiff and frigid state, and seemed as, indeed, she was not a little astonished to find that the lodger and her mysterious correspondent were one and the same person. "You did not expect to see me," said the single gentleman. "I didn't think much about it," returned the beauty. "I supposed it was business of some kind or other. If it's about the apartments, of course you'll give my brother regular notice, you know our money. That's very easily settled. You're a responsible party, and in such a case lawful money and lawful notice are pretty much the same." "I am obliged to you for your good opinion," retorted the single gentleman, "and quite concur in these sentiments. But that is not the subject on which I wish to speak with you." "Oh," said Sally, "then just state the particulars, will you? I suppose it's professional business." "Why, it is connected with the law, certainly." "Very well," returned Miss Brass. "My brother and I are just the same. I can take any instructions or give you any advice." "As there are other parties interested besides myself," said the single gentleman, rising and opening the door of an inner room, "we had better confer together. Miss Brass is here, gentlemen." Mr. Garland and the notary walked in, looking very grave, and, drawing up 2 chairs, one on each side of the single gentleman, formed a kind of fence round the gentle Sarah and penned her into a corner. Her brother Sampson, under such circumstances, would certainly have evinced some confusion or anxiety, but she all composure pulled out the tin box and calmly took a pinch of snuff. "Miss Brass," said the notary, taking the word at this crisis, "we professional people understand each other, and when we choose, can say what we have to say in very few words. You advertised a runaway servant the other day." "Well," returned Miss Sally, with a sudden flush overspreading her features, "what of that?" "She is found, ma'am," said the notary, pulling out his pocket handkerchief with a flourish. "She is found." "Who found her?" demanded Sarah hastily. "We did, ma'am, we 3. Only last night, or you would have heard from us before." "And now I have heard from you," said Miss Brass, folding her arms as though she were about to deny something to the death. "What have you got to say? Something you have got into your heads about her, of course. Prove it, will you, that's all. Prove it. You have found her, you say. I can tell you, if you don't know it, that you have found the most artful, lying, pilfering, devilish little minx that was ever born of you got her here," she added, looking sharply round. "No, she is not here at present," returned the notary, "but she is quite safe." "Ha!" cried Sally, twitching a pinch of snuff out of her box, as spitefully as if she were in the very act of wrenching off the small servant's nose. "She shall be safe enough from this time, I warrant you." "I hope so," replied the notary. "Did it occur to you for the first time, when you found she had run away, that there were 2 keys to your kitchen door?" Miss Sally took another pinch, and putting her head on one side, looked at her questioner, with a curious kind of spasm about her mouth, but with a cunning aspect of immense expression. "2 keys," repeated the notary. "One of which gave her the opportunities of roaming through the house at nights when you supposed her fast locked up, and of overhearing confidential consultations among others, that particular conference, to be described today before a justice, which you will have an opportunity of hearing her relate. That conference which you and Mr. Brass held together, on the night before that most unfortunate and innocent young man was accused of robbery, by a horrible device of which I will only say that it may be characterized by the epithets which you have applied to this wretched little witness, and by a few stronger ones besides. Sally took another pinch. Although her face was wonderfully composed, it was apparent that she was wholly taken by surprise, and that what she had expected to be taxed with, in connection with her small servant, was something very different from this. "Come, come, Miss Brass," said the notary, "you have great command of feature, but you feel, I see, that by a chance which never entered your imagination, this base design is revealed, and two of its plotters must be brought to justice. Now, you know the pains and penalties you are liable to, and so I need not dilate upon them, but I have a proposal to make to you. You have the honor of being sister to one of the greatest scoundrels unhung, and, if I may venture to say so to a lady, you are in every respect quite worthy of him. But connected with you two is a third party, a villain of the name of Quilp, the prime mover of the whole diabolical device, who I believe to be worse than either. For his sake, Miss Brass, do us the favor to reveal the whole history of this affair. Let me remind you that your doing so, at our instance, will place you in a safe and comfortable position. Your present one is not desirable and cannot injure your brother, for against him and you we have quite sufficient evidence, as you hear already. I will not say to you that we suggest this course in mercy, for, to tell you the truth, we do not entertain any regard for you, but it is a necessity to which we are reduced, and I recommend it to you as a matter of the very best policy. Time," said Mr. Witherden, pulling out his watch, "in a business like this, is exceedingly precious. Favor us with your decision as speedily as possible, ma'am." With a smile upon her face, and looking at each of the three by turns, Miss Brass took 2 or 3 more pinches of snuff, and having by this time very little left, travelled round and round the box with her forefinger and thumb, scraping up another. Having disposed of this likewise and put the box carefully in her pocket, she said, "I am to accept or reject at once, am I?" "Yes," said Mr. Witherden. The charming creature was opening her lips to speak in reply, when the door was hastily opened too, and the head of Sampson Brass was thrust into the room. "Excuse me," said the gentleman hastily, "wait a bit." So saying, and quite indifferent to the astonishment his presence occasioned, he crept in, shut the door, kissed his greasy glove as servilely as if it were the dust, and made a most abject bow. "Sarah," said Brass, "hold your tongue if you please, and let me speak. Gentlemen, if I could express the pleasure it gives me to see 3 such men in a happy unity of feeling and concord of sentiment, I think you would hardly believe me. But though I am unfortunate, nay, gentlemen, criminal, if we are to use harsh expressions in a company like this still, I have my feelings like other men. I have heard of a poet who remarked that feelings were the common lot of all. If he could have been a pig, gentlemen, and have uttered that sentiment, he would still have been immortal." "If you're not an idiot," said Miss Brass harshly, "hold your peace." "Sarah, my dear," returned her brother, "thank you, but I know what I am about, my love, and will take the liberty of expressing myself accordingly. Mr. Witherden, sir, your handkerchief is hanging out of your pocket. Would you allow me to?" As Mr. Brass advanced to remedy this accident, the notary shrunk from him with an air of disgust. Brass, who over and above his usual prepossessing qualities, had a scratched face, a green shade over one eye, and a hat grievously crushed, stopped short, and looked round with a pitiful smile. "He shuns me," said Sampson, "even when I would, as I may say, heap coals of fire upon his head. Well, but I am a falling house, and the rats, if I may be allowed the expression in reference to a gentleman I respect and love beyond everything, fly from me. Gentlemen, regarding your conversation just now, I happened to see my sister on her way here, and wondering where she could be going to, and being, may I venture to say, naturally of a suspicious turn, followed her. Since then, I have been listening." "If you're not mad," interposed Miss Sally, "stop there and say no more." "Sarah, my dear," rejoined Brass with undiminished politeness, "I thank you kindly, but will still proceed. Mr. Witherden, sir, as we have the honor to be members of the same profession, to say nothing of that other gentleman having been my lodger, and having partaken, as one may say, of the hospitality of my roof, I think you might have given me the refusal of this offer in the first instance." "I do indeed." "Now, my dear sir," cried Brass, seeing that the notary was about to interrupt him, "suffer me to speak, I beg." Mr. Witherden was silent, and Brass went on. "If you will do me the favor," he said, holding up the green shade and revealing an eye most horribly discolored, "to look at this, you will naturally inquire in your own minds how did I get it. If you look from that to my face, you will wonder what could have been the cause of all these scratches, and if from them to my hat, how it came into the state in which you see it. Gentlemen," said Brass, striking the hat fiercely with his clenched hand, "to all these questions I answer Quilp." The three gentlemen looked at each other, but said nothing. "I say," pursued Brass, glancing aside at his sister, as though he were talking for her information, and speaking with a snarling malignity in violent contrast to his usual smoothness, "that I answer to all these questions Quilp, who deludes me into his infernal den, and takes a delight in looking on and chuckling while I scorch, and burn, and bruise, and maim myself Quilp, who never once, no never once in all our communications together, has treated me otherwise than as a dog Quilp, whom I have always hated with my whole heart, but never so much as lately. He gives me the cold shoulder on this very matter as if he had had nothing to do with it, instead of being the first to propose it. I can't trust him. In one of his howling, raving, blazing humors, I believe he'd let it out, if it was murder, and never think of himself so long as he could terrify me." "Now," said Brass, picking up his hat again and replacing the shade over his eye, and actually crouching down in the excess of his servility, "what does all this lead to? What should you say it led me to, gentlemen? Could you guess at all near the mark?" Nobody spoke. Brass stood smirking for a little while, as if he had propounded some choice conundrum, and then said, "To be short with you, then, it leads me to this. If the truth has come out, as it plainly has in a manner that there's no standing up against, and a very sublime and grand thing is truth, gentlemen, in its way, though like other sublime and grand things, such as thunderstorms, and that, we're not always over and above glad to see a tie had better turn upon this man than let this man turn upon me. It's clear to me that I am done for. Therefore, if anybody is to split, I had better be the person and have the advantage of it. Sarah, my dear, comparatively speaking, you're safe. I relate these circumstances for my own profit." With that, Mr. Brass, in a great hurry, revealed the whole story, bearing as heavily as possible on his amiable employer, and making himself out to be rather a saint-like and holy character, though subject, he acknowledged, to human weaknesses. He concluded thus: "Now, gentlemen, I am not a man who does things by halves. Being in for a penny, I am ready, as the saying is, to be in for a pound. You must do with me what you please and take me where you please. If you wish to have this in writing, we'll reduce it into manuscript immediately. You will be tender with me, I am sure. I am quite confident you will be tender with me. You are men of honor and have feeling hearts. I yielded from necessity to Quilp, for though necessity has no law, she has her lawyers. I yield to you from necessity too, from policy besides, and because of feelings that have been a pretty long time working within me. Punish Quilp, gentlemen, weigh heavily upon him. Grind him down, tread him under foot. He has done as much by me for many and many a day." Having now arrived at the conclusion of his discourse, Sampson checked the current of his wrath, kissed his glove again, and smiled as only parasites and cowards can. "And this," said Miss Brass, raising her head, with which she had hitherto sat resting on her hands, and surveying him from head to foot with a bitter sneer, "this is my brother, is it? This is my brother, that I have worked and toiled for, and believed to have had something of the man in him." "Sarah, my dear," returned Sampson, rubbing his hands feebly, "you disturb our friends. Besides, you are disappointed, Sarah, and not knowing what you say, expose yourself." "Yes, you pitiful dastard," retorted the lovely damsel, "I understand you. You feared that I should be beforehand with you. But do you think that I would have been enticed to say a word? I'd have scorned it if they had tried and tempted me for 20 years. He, simpered Brass, who, in his deep debasement, really seemed to have changed sexes with his sister, and to have made over to her any spark of manliness he might have possessed. "You think so, Sarah, you think so perhaps, but you would have acted quite different, my good fellow. You will not have forgotten that it was a maxim with Foxy, our revered father, gentlemen, always suspect everybody. That's the maxim to go through life with. If you were not actually about to purchase your own safety when I showed myself, I suspect you'd have done it by this time. And therefore I've done it myself, and spared you the trouble as well as the shame. The shame, gentlemen, added Brass, allowing himself to be slightly overcome, if there is any, is mine. It's better that a female should be spared it. With deference to the better opinion of Mr. Brass, and more particularly to the authority of his great ancestor, it may be doubted, with humility, whether the elevating principle laid down by the latter gentleman and acted upon by his descendant is always a prudent one, or attended in practice with the desired results. This is, beyond question, a bold and presumptuous doubt, inasmuch as many distinguished characters, called men of the world, long-headed customers, knowing dogs, shrewd fellows, capital hands at business, and the like, have made, and do daily make, this axiom their polar star and compass. Still, the doubt may be gently insinuated. And in illustration it may be observed that if Mr. Brass, not being over-suspicious, had, without prying and listening, left his sister to manage the conference on their joint behalf, or prying and listening, had not been in such a mighty hurry to anticipate her, which he would not have been, but for his distrust and jealousy, he would probably have found himself much better off in the end. Thus, it will always happen that these men of the world, who go through it in armor, defend themselves from quite as much good as evil, to say nothing of the inconvenience and absurdity of mounting guard with a microscope at all times, and of wearing a coat of mail on the most innocent occasions. The three gentlemen spoke together apart for a few moments. At the end of their consultation, which was very brief, the notary pointed to the writing materials on the table and informed Mr. Brass that if he wished to make any statement in writing, he had the opportunity of doing so. At the same time, he felt bound to tell him that they would require his attendance, presently, before a justice of the peace, and that in what he did or said, he was guided entirely by his own discretion. "Gentlemen," said Brass, drawing off his glove and crawling in spirit upon the ground before them, "I will justify the tenderness with which I know I shall be treated. And as, without tenderness, I should, now that this discovery has been made, stand in the worst position of the three, you may depend upon it I will make a clean breast. Mr. Witherden, sir, a kind of faintness is upon my spirits if you would do me the favor to ring the bell and order up a glass of something warm and spicy. I shall, notwithstanding what has passed, have a melancholy pleasure in drinking your good health." "I had hoped," said Brass, looking round with a mournful smile, "to have seen you three gentlemen, one day or another, with your legs under the mahogany in my humble parlor in the Marks. But hopes are fleeting. Dear me." Mr. Brass found himself so exceedingly affected at this point that he could say or do nothing more until some refreshment arrived. Having partaken of it, pretty freely for one in his agitated state, he sat down to write. The lovely Sarah, now with her arms folded, and now with her hands clasped behind her, paced the room with manly strides while her brother was thus employed, and sometimes stopped to pull out her snuff-box and bite the lid. She continued to pace up and down until she was quite tired, and then fell asleep on a chair near the door. It has been since supposed, with some reason, that this slumber was a sham or feint, as she contrived to slip away unobserved in the dusk of the afternoon. Whether this was an intentional and waking departure, or a somnambulistic leave-taking and walking in her sleep, may remain a subject of contention, but on one point, and indeed the main one, all parties are agreed. In whatever state she walked away, she certainly did not walk back again. Mention having been made of the dusk of the afternoon, it will be inferred that Mr. Brass's task occupied some time in the completion. It was not finished until evening. But being done at last, that worthy person and the three friends adjourned in a hackney coach to the private office of a justice, who, giving Mr. Brass a warm reception, and detaining him in a secure place that he might ensure to himself the pleasure of seeing him on the morrow, dismissed the others with the cheering assurance that a warrant could not fail to be granted next day for the apprehension of Mr. Quilp, and that a proper application and statement of all the circumstances to the Secretary of State, who was fortunately in town, would no doubt procure Kit's free pardon and liberation without delay. And now, indeed, it seemed that Quilp's malignant career was drawing to a close, and that retribution, which often travels slowly especially when heaviest had tracked his footsteps with a sure and certain scent and was gaining on him fast. Unmindful of her stealthy tread, her victim holds his course in fancied triumph. Still at his heels she comes, and once afoot is never turned aside. Their business ended, the three gentlemen hastened back to the lodgings of Mr. Swiveller, whom they found progressing so favorably in his recovery as to have been able to sit up for half an hour and to have conversed with cheerfulness. Mrs. Garland had gone home some time since, but Mr. Abel was still sitting with him. After telling him all they had done, the two Mr. Garlands and the single gentleman, as if by some previous understanding, took their leaves for the night, leaving the invalid alone with the notary and the small servant. "As you are so much better," said Mr. Witherden, sitting down at the bedside, "I may venture to communicate to you a piece of news which has come to me professionally." The idea of any professional intelligence from a gentleman connected with legal matters appeared to afford Richard anything but a pleasing anticipation. Perhaps he connected it in his own mind with one or two outstanding accounts, in reference to which he had already received divers threatening letters. His countenance fell as he replied, "Certainly, sir. I hope it's not anything of a very disagreeable nature, though." "If I thought it so, I should choose some better time for communicating it," replied the notary. "Let me tell you first that my friends who have been here today know nothing of it, and that their kindness to you has been quite spontaneous and with no hope of return. It may do a thoughtless, careless man good to know that." Dick thanked him and said he hoped it would. "I have been making some inquiries about you," said Mr. Witherden, "little thinking that I should find you under such circumstances as those which have brought us together. You are the nephew of Rebecca Swiveller, spinster, deceased, of Chesilbourne in Dorsetshire." "Deceased?" cried Dick. "Deceased. If you had been another sort of nephew, you would have come into possession, so says the will, and I see no reason to doubt it, of £25,000. As it is, you have fallen into an annuity of £150 a year, but I think I may congratulate you even upon that." "Sir," said Dick, sobbing and laughing together, "you may. For please God, we'll make a scholar of the poor Marchioness yet, and she shall walk in silk attire and siller have to spare, or may I never rise from this bed again." Chapter 67. Unconscious of the proceedings faithfully narrated in the last chapter, and little dreaming of the mine which had been sprung beneath him. For, to the end that he should have no warning of the business afoot, the profoundest secrecy was observed in the whole transaction. Mr. Quilp remained shut up in his hermitage, undisturbed by any suspicion, and extremely well satisfied with the result of his machinations. Being engaged in the adjustment of some accounts and occupation, to which the silence and solitude of his retreat were very favorable, he had not strayed from his den for 2 whole days. The 3rd day of his devotion to this pursuit found him still hard at work, and little disposed to stir abroad. It was the day next after Mr. Brass's confession, and consequently that which threatened the restriction of Mr. Quilp's liberty, and the abrupt communication to him of some very unpleasant and unwelcome facts. Having no intuitive perception of the cloud which lowered upon his house, the dwarf was in his ordinary state of cheerfulness. And, when he found he was becoming too much engrossed by business with a due regard to his health and spirits, he varied its monotonous routine with a little screeching, or howling, or some other innocent relaxation of that nature. He was attended, as usual, by Tom Scott, who sat crouching over the fire after the manner of a toad, and from time to time, when his master's back was turned, imitating his grimaces with a fearful exactness. The figurehead had not yet disappeared, but remained in its old place. The face, horribly seared by the frequent application of the red-hot poker, and further ornamented by the insertion, in the tip of the nose, of a 10-penny nail, yet smiled blandly in its less lacerated parts, and seemed, like a sturdy martyr, to provoke its tormentor to the commission of new outrages and insults. The day, in the highest and brightest quarters of the town, was damp, dark, cold, and gloomy. In that low and marshy spot, the fog filled every nook and corner with a thick, dense cloud. Every object was obscure at 1 or 2 yards' distance. The warning lights and fires upon the river were powerless beneath this pall, and, but for a raw and piercing chillness in the air, and now and then the cry of some bewildered boatman as he rested on his oars and tried to make out where he was, the river itself might have been miles away. The mist, though sluggish and slow to move, was of a keenly searching kind. No muffling up in furs and broadcloth kept it out. It seemed to penetrate into the very bones of the shrinking wayfarers and to rack them with cold and pains. Everything was wet and clammy to the touch. The warm blaze alone defied it and leaped and sparkled merrily. It was a day to be at home, crowding about the fire, telling stories of travelers who had lost their way in such weather on heaths and moors, and to love a warm hearth more than ever. The dwarf's humor, as we know, was to have a fireside to himself, and when he was disposed to be convivial, to enjoy himself alone. By no means insensible to the comfort of being within doors, he ordered Tom Scott to pile the little stove with coals, and, dismissing his work for that day, determined to be jovial. To this end, he lighted up fresh candles and heaped more fuel on the fire, and having dined off a beefsteak, which he cooked himself in somewhat of a savage and cannibal-like manner, brewed a great bowl of hot punch, lighted his pipe, and sat down to spend the evening. At this moment, a low knocking at the cabin door arrested his attention. When it had been twice or thrice repeated, he softly opened the little window, and thrusting his head out, demanded who was there. "Only me, Quilp," replied a woman's voice. "Only you," cried the dwarf, stretching his neck to obtain a better view of his visitor. "And what brings you here, you jade? How dare you approach the ogre's castle, eh?" "I have come with some news," rejoined his spouse. "Don't be angry with me." "Is it good news, pleasant news, news to make a man skip and snap his fingers?" said the dwarf. "Is the dear old lady dead?" "I don't know what news it is, or whether it's good or bad," rejoined his wife. "Then she's alive," said Quilp, "and there's nothing the matter with her. Go home again, you bird of evil note, go home." "I have brought a letter," cried the meek little woman. "Toss it in at the window here and go your ways," said Quilp, interrupting her, "or I'll come out and scratch you." "No, but please, Quilp, do hear me speak," urged his submissive wife in tears. "Please do." "Speak then," growled the dwarf with a malicious grin. "Be quick and short about it. Speak, will you?" "It was left at our house this afternoon," said Mrs. Quilp, trembling, "by a boy who said he didn't know from whom it came, but that it was given to him to leave, and that he was told to say it must be brought on to you directly, for it was of the very greatest consequence. But please," she added, as her husband stretched out his hand for it, "please let me in. You don't know how wet and cold I am, or how many times I have lost my way in coming here through this thick fog. Let me dry myself at the fire for 5 minutes. I'll go away directly you tell me to, Quilp. Upon my word, I will." Her amiable husband hesitated for a few moments, but bethinking himself that the letter might require some answer, of which she could be the bearer, closed the window, opened the door, and bade her enter. Mrs. Quilp obeyed right willingly, and, kneeling down before the fire to warm her hands, delivered into his a little packet. "I'm glad you're wet," said Quilp, snatching it and squinting at her. "I'm glad you're cold. I'm glad you lost your way. I'm glad your eyes are red with crying. It does my heart good to see your little nose so pinched and frosty." "Oh, Quilp," sobbed his wife, "how cruel it is of you." "Did she think I was dead?" said Quilp, wrinkling his face into a most extraordinary series of grimaces. "Did she think she was going to have all the money and to marry somebody she liked? Ha ha ha, did she?" These taunts elicited no reply from the poor little woman, who remained on her knees, warming her hands and sobbing, to Mr. Quilp's great delight. But just as he was contemplating her and chuckling excessively, he happened to observe that Tom Scott was delighted too. Wherefore, that he might have no presumptuous partner in his glee, the dwarf instantly collared him, dragged him to the door, and after a short scuffle, kicked him into the yard. In return for this mark of attention, Tom immediately walked upon his hands to the window, and if the expression be allowable looked in with his shoes, besides rattling his feet upon the glass like a banshee upside down. As a matter of course, Mr. Quilp lost no time in resorting to the infallible poker, with which, after some dodging and lying in ambush, he paid his young friend 1 or 2 such unequivocal compliments that he vanished precipitately, and left him in quiet possession of the field. "So, that little job being disposed of," said the dwarf coolly, "I'll read my letter. Humph," he muttered, looking at the direction, "I ought to know this writing. Beautiful Sally." Opening it, he read, in a fair, round, legal hand, as follows. "Sammy has been practiced upon and has broken confidence. It has all come out. You had better not be in the way, for strangers are going to call upon you. They have been very quiet as yet because they mean to surprise you. Don't lose time. I didn't. I am not to be found anywhere. If I was you, I wouldn't either. S. B. Late of B.M." To describe the changes that passed over Quilp's face as he read this letter half a dozen times would require some new language, such for power of expression as was never written, read, or spoken. For a long time he did not utter one word, but after a considerable interval, during which Mrs. Quilp was almost paralyzed with the alarm his looks engendered, he contrived to gasp out, "If I had him here, if I only had him here." "Oh, Quilp," said his wife, "what's the matter? Who are you angry with?" "I should drown him," said the dwarf, not heeding her. "Too easy a death, too short, too quick, but the river runs close at hand. Oh, if I had him here, just to take him to the brink coaxingly and pleasantly, holding him by the buttonhole, joking with him, and, with a sudden push, to send him splashing down. Drowning men come to the surface 3 times, they say. Ah, to see him those 3 times, and mock him as his face came bobbing up, what a rich treat that would be." "Quilp," stammered his wife, venturing at the same time to touch him on the shoulder, "what has gone wrong?" She was so terrified by the relish with which he pictured this pleasure to himself that she could scarcely make herself intelligible. "Such a bloodless cur," said Quilp, rubbing his hands very slowly and pressing them tight together. "I thought his cowardice and servility were the best guarantee for his keeping silence. Oh, Brass, Brass, my dear, good, affectionate, faithful, complimentary, charming friend, if I only had you here." His wife, who had retreated lest she should seem to listen to these mutterings, ventured to approach him again and was about to speak, when he hurried to the door and called Tom Scott, who, remembering his late gentle admonition, deemed it prudent to appear immediately. "There," said the dwarf, pulling him in. "Take her home. Don't come here tomorrow, for this place will be shut up. Come back no more till you hear from me or see me. Do you mind?" Tom nodded sulkily and beckoned Mrs. Quilp to lead the way. "As for you," said the dwarf, addressing himself to her, "ask no questions about me, make no search for me, say nothing concerning me. I shall not be dead, mistress, and that'll comfort you. He'll take care of you." "But Quilp, what is the matter? Where are you going? Do say something more." "I'll say that," said the dwarf, seizing her by the arm, "and do that too, which undone and unsaid would be best for you, unless you go directly." "Has anything happened?" cried his wife. "Oh, do tell me that." "Yes," snarled the dwarf. "No, what matter which? I have told you what to do. Woe betide you if you fail to do it or disobey me by a hair's breadth. Will you go?" "I am going, I'll go directly, but," faltered his wife, "answer me one question first. Has this letter any connection with dear little Nell? I must ask you that, I must indeed, Quilp. You cannot think what days and nights of sorrow I have had through having once deceived that child. I don't know what harm I may have brought about, but great or little, I did it for you, Quilp. My conscience misgave me when I did it. Do answer me this question, if you please." The exasperated dwarf returned no answer, but turned round and caught up his usual weapon with such vehemence that Tom Scott dragged his charge away by main force and as swiftly as he could. It was well he did so, for Quilp, who was nearly mad with rage, pursued them to the neighboring lane, and might have prolonged the chase but for the dense mist which obscured them from his view and appeared to thicken every moment. "It will be a good night for traveling anonymously," he said, as he returned slowly, being pretty well breathed with his run. "Stay, we may look better here. This is too hospitable and free." By a great exertion of strength, he closed the 2 old gates, which were deeply sunken in the mud, and barred them with a heavy beam. That done, he shook his matted hair from about his eyes and tried them, strong and fast. "The fence between this wharf and the next is easily climbed," said the dwarf, when he had taken these precautions. "There's a back lane, 2 from there. That shall be my way out. A man need know his road well to find it in this lovely place tonight. I need fear no unwelcome visitors while this lasts, I think." Almost reduced to the necessity of groping his way with his hands, it had grown so dark, and the fog had so much increased. He returned to his lair, and, after musing for some time over the fire, busied himself in preparations for a speedy departure. While he was collecting a few necessaries and cramming them into his pockets, he never once ceased communing with himself in a low voice or unclenched his teeth, which he had ground together on finishing Miss Brass's note. "Oh, Samson," he muttered, "good worthy creature, if I could but hug you. If I could only fold you in my arms and squeeze your ribs as I could squeeze them if I once had you tight, what a meeting there would be between us. If we ever do cross each other again, Samson, we'll have a greeting not easily to be forgotten, trust me. This time, Samson, this moment when all had gone on so well was so nicely chosen. It was so thoughtful of you, so penitent, so good. Oh, if we were face to face in this room again, my white-livered man of law, how well contented one of us would be. There he stopped, and raising the bowl of punch to his lips, drank a long, deep draught, as if it were fair water and cooling to his parched mouth. Setting it down abruptly, and resuming his preparations, he went on with his soliloquy. "There's Sally," he said, with flashing eyes. "The woman has spirit, determination, purpose. Was she asleep or petrified? She could have stabbed him, poisoned him safely. She might have seen this coming on. Why does she give me notice when it's too late? When he sat there, yonder there, over there with his white face and red head and sickly smile, why didn't I know what was passing in his heart? It should have stopped beating, that night, if I had been in his secret. Or there are no drugs to lull a man to sleep, or no fire to burn him." Another draught from the bowl, and, cowering over the fire with a ferocious aspect, he muttered to himself again. "And this, like every other trouble and anxiety I have had of late times, springs from that old dotard and his darling child too, wretched feeble wanderers. I'll be their evil genius yet. And you, sweet Kit, honest Kit, virtuous, innocent Kit, look to yourself. Where I hate, I bite. I hate you, my darling fellow, with good cause, and proud as you are tonight, I'll have my turn. What's that?" A knocking at the gate he had closed, a loud and violent knocking. Then a pause, as if those who knocked had stopped to listen. Then the noise again, more clamorous and importunate than before. "So soon," said the dwarf, "and so eager, I am afraid I shall disappoint you. It's well I'm quite prepared. Sally, I thank you." As he spoke, he extinguished the candle. In his impetuous attempts to subdue the brightness of the fire, he overset the stove, which came tumbling forward, and fell with a crash upon the burning embers it had shot forth in its descent, leaving the room in pitchy darkness. The noise at the gate still continuing, he felt his way to the door and stepped into the open air. At that moment the knocking ceased. It was about 8 o'clock, but the dead of the darkest night would have been as noonday in comparison with the thick cloud which then rested upon the earth and shrouded everything from view. He darted forward for a few paces, as if into the mouth of some dim, yawning cavern, then, thinking he had gone wrong, changed the direction of his steps, then stood still, not knowing where to turn. "If they would knock again," said Quilp, trying to peer into the gloom by which he was surrounded, "the sound might guide me. Come, batter the gate once more." He stood listening intently, but the noise was not renewed. Nothing was to be heard in that deserted place, but, at intervals, the distant barkings of dogs. The sound was far away now in one quarter, now answered in another, nor was it any guide, for it often came from shipboard, as he knew. "If I could find a wall or fence," said the dwarf, stretching out his arms and walking slowly on, "I should know which way to turn. A good, black devil's night this to have my dear friend here. If I had but that wish, it might, for anything I cared, never be day again." As the word passed his lips, he staggered, and fell in next moment was fighting with the cold, dark water. For all its bubbling up and rushing in his ears, he could hear the knocking at the gate again, could hear a shout that followed it, could recognize the voice. For all his struggling and plashing, he could understand that they had lost their way, and had wandered back to the point from which they started, that they were all but looking on while he was drowned, that they were close at hand, but could not make an effort to save him, that he himself had shut and barred them out. He answered the shout with a yell, which seemed to make the 100 fires that danced before his eyes tremble and flicker, as if a gust of wind had stirred them. It was of no avail. The strong tide filled his throat and bore him on, upon its rapid current. Another mortal struggle, and he was up again, beating the water with his hands and looking out with wild and glaring eyes that showed him some black object he was drifting close upon. The hull of a ship. He could touch its smooth and slippery surface with his hand. One loud cry, now but the resistless water bore him down before he could give it utterance, and, driving him under it, carried away a corpse. It toyed and sported with its ghastly freight, now bruising it against the slimy piles, now hiding it in mud or long rank grass, now dragging it heavily over rough stones and gravel, now feigning to yield it to its own element, and in the same action luring it away, until, tired of the ugly plaything, it flung it on a swampa dismal place where pirates had swung in chains through many a wintry night and left it there to bleach. And there it lay alone. The sky was red with flame, and the water that bore it there had been tinged with the sullen light as it flowed along. The place the deserted carcass had left so recently, a living man, was now a blazing ruin. There was something of the glare upon its face. The hair, stirred by the damp breeze, played in a kind of mockery of death, such a mockery as the dead man himself would have delighted in when alive about its head, and its dress fluttered idly in the night wind. Chapter 68. Lighted rooms, bright fires, cheerful faces, the music of glad voices, words of love and welcome, warm hearts, and tears of happiness. What a change is this! But it is to such delights that Kit is hastening. They are awaiting him, he knows. He fears he will die of joy before he gets among them. They have prepared him for this all day. He is not to be carried off tomorrow with the rest, they tell him first. By degrees they let him know that doubts have arisen, that inquiries are to be made, and perhaps he may be pardoned after all. At last, the evening being come, they bring him to a room where some gentlemen are assembled. Foremost among them is his good old master, who comes and takes him by the hand. He hears that his innocence is established, and that he is pardoned. He cannot see the speaker, but he turns towards the voice, and in trying to answer, falls down insensible. They recover him again and tell him he must be composed and bear this like a man. Somebody says he must think of his poor mother. It is because he does think of her so much that the happy news had overpowered him. They crowd about him and tell him that the truth has gone abroad and that all the town and country ring with sympathy for his misfortunes. He has no ears for this. His thoughts as yet have no wider range than home. Does she know it? What did she say? Who told her? He can speak of nothing else. They make him drink a little wine and talk kindly to him for a while, until he is more collected and can listen and thank them. He is free to go. Mr. Garland thinks if he feels better, it is time they went away. The gentlemen cluster round him and shake hands with him. He feels very grateful to them for the interest they have in him and for the kind promises they make, but the power of speech is gone again, and he has much ado to keep his feet, even though leaning on his master's arm. As they come through the dismal passages, some officers of the jail who are in waiting there congratulate him, in their rough way, on his release. The newsmonger is of the number, but his manner is not quite hearty. There is something of surliness in his compliments. He looks upon Kit as an intruder, as one who has obtained admission to that place on false pretenses, who has enjoyed a privilege without being duly qualified. He may be a very good sort of young man, he thinks, but he has no business there, and the sooner he is gone, the better. The last door shuts behind them. They have passed the outer wall, and stand in the open air in the street he has so often pictured to himself when hemmed in by the gloomy stones, and which has been in all his dreams. It seems wider and more busy than it used to be. The night is bad, and yet how cheerful and gay in his eyes. One of the gentlemen, in taking leave of him, pressed some money into his hand. He has not counted it, but when they have gone a few paces beyond the box for poor prisoners, he hastily returns and drops it in. Mr. Garland has a coach waiting in a neighboring street, and taking Kit inside with him, bids the man drive home. At first, they can only travel at a foot pace, and then with torches going on before because of the heavy fog. But as they get farther from the river and leave the closer portions of the town behind, they are able to dispense with this precaution and to proceed at a brisker rate. On the road, hard galloping would be too slow for Kit. But when they are drawing near their journey's end, he begs they may go more slowly, and, when the house appears in sight, that they may stop only for a minute or two to give him time to breathe. But there is no stopping then, for the old gentleman speaks stoutly to him, the horses mend their pace, and they are already at the garden gate. Next minute they are at the door. There is a noise of tongues and tread of feet inside. It opens. Kit rushes in and finds his mother clinging round his neck. And there, too, is the ever-faithful Barbara's mother, still holding the baby as if she had never put it down since that sad day when they little hoped to have such joy as this. There she is, heaven bless her, crying her eyes out and sobbing as never woman sobbed before. And there is little Barbara, poor little Barbara, so much thinner and so much paler, and yet so very pretty, trembling like a leaf and supporting herself against the wall. And there is Mrs. Garland, neater and nicer than ever, fainting away stone dead with nobody to help her. And there is Mr. Abel, violently blowing his nose and wanting to embrace everybody. And there is the single gentleman hovering round them all, and constant to nothing for an instant. And there is that good, dear, thoughtful little Jacob, sitting all alone by himself on the bottom stair, with his hands on his knees like an old man, roaring fearfully without giving any trouble to anybody. And each and all of them are for the time clean out of their wits, and do jointly and severally commit all manner of follies. And even when the rest have in some measure come to themselves again, and can find words and smiles, Barbara, that soft-hearted, gentle, foolish little Barbara, is suddenly missed, and found to be in a swoon by herself in the back parlor, from which swoon she falls into hysterics, and from which hysterics into a swoon again, and is, indeed, so bad that despite a mortal quantity of vinegar and cold water, she is hardly a bit better at last than she was at first. Then Kit's mother comes in and says, will he come and speak to her? And Kit says, yes, and goes, and he says in a kind voice, Barbara. And Barbara's mother tells her that it's only Kit. And Barbara says, with her eyes closed all the time, oh, but is it him indeed? And Barbara's mother says, to be sure it is, my dear, there's nothing the matter now. And in further assurance that he's safe and sound, Kit speaks to her again, and then Barbara goes off into another fit of laughter, and then into another fit of crying. And then Barbara's mother and Kit's mother nod to each other and pretend to scold her, but only to bring her to herself the faster, bless you, and being experienced matrons, and acute at perceiving the first dawning symptoms of recovery, they comfort Kit with the assurance that she'll do now, and so dismiss him to the place from whence he came. Well, in that place, which is the next room, there are decanters of wine and all that sort of thing, set out as grand as if Kit and his friends were first-rate company. And there is little Jacob, walking, as the popular phrase is, into a home-made plum cake at a most surprising pace, and keeping his eye on the figs and oranges which are to follow, and making the best use of his time, you may believe. Kit no sooner comes in than that single gentleman, never was such a busy gentleman, charges all the glasses bumpers and drinks his health, and tells him he shall never want a friend while he lives, and so does Mr. Garland, and so does Mrs. Garland, and so does Mr. Abel. But even this honor and distinction is not all, for the single gentleman forthwith pulls out of his pocket a massive silver watch going hard, and right to half a second end upon the back of this watch is engraved Kit's name, with flourishes all over. And in short, it is Kit's watch, bought expressly for him, and presented to him on the spot. You may rest assured that Mr. and Mrs. Garland can't help hinting about their present, in store, and that Mr. Abel tells outright that he has his, and that Kit is the happiest of the happy. There is one friend he has not seen yet, and as he cannot be conveniently introduced into the family circle, by reason of his being an iron-shod quadruped, Kit takes the first opportunity of slipping away and hurrying to the stable. The moment he lays his hand upon the latch, the pony neighs the loudest pony's greeting. Before he has crossed the threshold, the pony is capering about his loose box, for he brooks not the indignity of a halter, mad to give him welcome. And when Kit goes up to caress and pat him, the pony rubs his nose against his coat and fondles him more lovingly than ever pony fondled man. It is the crowning circumstance of his earnest, heartfelt reception, and Kit fairly puts his arm round Whisker's neck and hugs him. But how comes Barbara to trip in there? And how smart she is again, she has been at her glass since she recovered. How comes Barbara in the stable, of all places in the world? Why, since Kit has been away, the pony would take his food from nobody but her, and Barbara, you see, not dreaming that Christopher was there, and just looking in to see that everything was right, has come upon him unawares. Blushing little Barbara. It may be that Kit has caressed the pony enough, it may be that there are even better things to caress than ponies. He leaves him for Barbara at any rate and hopes she is better. Yes, Barbara is a great deal better. She is afraid, and here Barbara looks down and blushes more that he must have thought her very foolish. Not at all, says Kit. Barbara is glad of that and coughs hem, just the slightest cough possible, not more than that. What a discreet pony when he chooses. He is as quiet now as if he were of marble. He has a very knowing look, but that he always has. We have hardly had time to shake hands, Barbara, says Kit. Barbara gives him hers. Why, she is trembling now, foolish, fluttering Barbara. Arm's length? The length of an arm is not much. Barbara's was not a long arm by any means, and besides, she didn't hold it out straight, but bent a little. Kit was so near her when they shook hands that he could see a small tiny tear yet trembling on an eyelash. It was natural that he should look at it, unknown to Barbara. it was natural that Barbara should raise her eyes unconsciously and find him out. Was it natural that at that instant, without any previous impulse or design, Kit should kiss Barbara? He did it whether or no. Barbara said for shame, but let him do it twice. He might have done it thrice, but the pony kicked up his heels and shook his head as if he were suddenly taken with convulsions of delight, and Barbara, being frightened, ran away not straight to where her mother and Kit's mother were, though lest they should see how red her cheeks were and should ask her why. Sly little Barbara. When the first transports of the whole party had subsided, and Kit and his mother, and Barbara and her mother, with little Jacob and the baby to boot, had had their suppers together, which there was no hurrying over, for they were going to stop there all night, Mr. Garland called Kit to him, and taking him into a room where they could be alone, told him that he had something yet to say, which would surprise him greatly. Kit looked so anxious and turned so pale on hearing this, that the old gentleman hastened to add he would be agreeably surprised, and asked him if he would be ready next morning for a journey. "For a journey, sir," cried Kit. "In company with me and my friend in the next room. Can you guess its purpose?" Kit turned paler yet, and shook his head. "Oh yes, I think you do already," said his master. "Try." Kit murmured something rather rambling and unintelligible, but he plainly pronounced the words, "Miss Nell," 3 or 4 times, shaking his head while he did so, as if he would add that there was no hope of that. But Mr. Garland, instead of saying "try again," as Kit had made sure he would, told him very seriously that he had guessed right. "The place of their retreat is indeed discovered," he said, "at last, and that is our journey's end." Kit faltered out such questions as, where was it, and how had it been found, and how long since, and was she well and happy? "Happy she is, beyond all doubt," said Mr. Garland. "And well, I trust she will be soon. She has been weak and ailing, as I learn, but she was better when I heard this morning, and they were full of hope. Sit you down, and you shall hear the rest." Scarcely venturing to draw his breath, Kit did as he was told. Mr. Garland then related to him how he had a brother, of whom he would remember to have heard him speak, and whose picture, taken when he was a young man, hung in the best room, and how this brother lived a long way off in a country place with an old clergyman who had been his early friend. How, although they loved each other as brothers should, they had not met for many years, but had communicated by letter from time to time, always looking forward to some period when they would take each other by the hand once more, and still letting the present time steal on, as it was the habit for men to do, and suffering the future to melt into the past. How this brother, whose temper was very mild and quiet and retiring, such as Mr. Abel's, was greatly beloved by the simple people among whom he dwelt, who quite revered the bachelor, for so they called him, and had every one experienced his charity and benevolence. How even those slight circumstances had come to his knowledge, very slowly and in course of years, for the bachelor was one of those whose goodness shuns the light, and who have more pleasure in discovering and extolling the good deeds of others than in trumpeting their own, be they never so commendable. How, for that reason, he seldom told them of his village friends. But how, for all that, his mind had become so full of 2 among them, a child and an old man, to whom he had been very kind, that, in a letter received a few days before, he had dwelt upon them from first to last, and had told such a tale of their wandering and mutual love that few could read it without being moved to tears. How he, the recipient of that letter, was directly led to the belief that these must be the very wanderers for whom so much search had been made, and whom heaven had directed to his brother's care. How he had written for such further information as would put the fact beyond all doubt. How it had that morning arrived, had confirmed his first impression into a certainty, and was the immediate cause of that journey being planned, which they were to take tomorrow. "In the meantime," said the old gentleman, rising, and laying his hand on Kit's shoulder, "you have a great need of rest, for such a day as this would wear out the strongest man. Good night, and heaven send our journey may have a prosperous ending." Chapter 69. Kit was no sluggard next morning, but, springing from his bed some time before day, began to prepare for his welcome expedition. The hurry of spirits consequent upon the events of yesterday, and the unexpected intelligence he had heard at night, had troubled his sleep through the long dark hours, and summoned such uneasy dreams about his pillow that it was best to rise. But had it been the beginning of some great labor with the same end in view, had it been the commencement of a long journey, to be performed on foot in that inclement season of the year, to be pursued under very privation and difficulty, and to be achieved only with great distress, fatigue, and suffering had it been the dawn of some painful enterprise, certain to task his utmost powers of resolution and endurance, and to need his utmost fortitude, but only likely to end, if happily achieved. In good fortune and delight to Nell Kit's cheerful zeal would have been as highly roused. Kit's ardor and impatience would have been, at least, the same. Nor was he alone excited and eager. Before he had been up a quarter of an hour, the whole house were astir and busy. Everybody hurried to do something towards facilitating the preparations. The single gentleman, it is true, could do nothing himself, but he overlooked everybody else and was more locomotive than anybody. The work of packing and making ready went briskly on, and by daybreak every preparation for the journey was completed. Then Kit began to wish they had not been quite so nimble, for the traveling carriage which had been hired for the occasion was not to arrive until 9 o'clock, and there was nothing but breakfast to fill up the intervening blank of 1 hour and a half. Yes, there was, though. There was Barbara. Barbara was busy, to be sure, but so much the better Kit could help her, and that would pass away the time better than any means that could be devised. Barbara had no objection to this arrangement, and Kit, tracking out the idea which had come upon him so suddenly overnight, began to think that surely Barbara was fond of him, and surely he was fond of Barbara. Now Barbara, if the truth must be told as it must and ought to be, Barbara seemed, of all the little household, to take least pleasure in the bustle of the occasion. And when Kit, in the openness of his heart, told her how glad and overjoyed it made him, Barbara became more downcast still, and seemed to have even less pleasure in it than before. "You have not been home so long, Christopher," said Barbara, and it is impossible to tell how carelessly she said it. "You have not been home so long, that you need to be glad to go away again, I should think." "But for such a purpose," returned Kit, "to bring back Miss Nell, to see her again, only think of that. I am so pleased, too, to think that you will see her, Barbara, at last." Barbara did not absolutely say that she felt no gratification on this point, but she expressed the sentiment so plainly by one little toss of her head, that Kit was quite disconcerted, and wondered, in his simplicity, why she was so cool about it. "You'll say she has the sweetest and beautifulest face you ever saw, I know," said Kit, rubbing his hands. "I'm sure you'll say that." Barbara tossed her head again. "What's the matter, Barbara?" said Kit. "Nothing," cried Barbara. And Barbara pouted not sulkily or in an ugly manner, but just enough to make her look more cherry-lipped than ever. There is no school in which a pupil gets on so fast as that in which Kit became a scholar when he gave Barbara the kiss. He saw what Barbara meant now he had his lesson by heart all at once. She was the book, there it was before him, as plain as print. "Barbara," said Kit, "you're not cross with me." Oh dear no, why should Barbara be cross, and what right had she to be cross, and what did it matter whether she was cross or not? Who minded her? "Why, I do," said Kit, "of course I do." Barbara didn't see why it was of course, at all. Kit was sure she must. Would she think again? Certainly, Barbara would think again. No, she didn't see why it was of course. She didn't understand what Christopher meant, and besides she was sure they wanted her upstairs by this time, and she must go indeed. "No, but Barbara," said Kit, detaining her gently, "let us part friends. I was always thinking of you, in my troubles. I should have been a great deal more miserable than I was if it hadn't been for you." Goodness gracious, how pretty Barbara was when she colored and when she trembled, like a little shrinking bird. "I am telling you the truth, Barbara, upon my word, but not half so strong as I could wish," said Kit. "When I want you to be pleased to see Miss Nell, it's only because I like you to be pleased with what pleases me, that's all. As to her, Barbara, I think I could almost die to do her service, but you would think so too, if you knew her as I do, I am sure you would." Barbara was touched, and sorry to have appeared indifferent. "I have been used, you see," said Kit, "to talk and think of her almost as if she was an angel. When I look forward to meeting her again, I think of her smiling as she used to do and being glad to see me, and putting out her hand and saying, 'It's my own old Kit,' or some such words as those like what she used to say. I think of seeing her happy and with friends about her and brought up as she deserves and as she ought to be. When I think of myself, it's as her old servant, and one that loved her dearly, as his kind, good, gentle mistress, and who would have gone yes and still would go through any harm to serve her. Once, I couldn't help being afraid that if she came back with friends about her she might forget, or be ashamed of having known, a humble lad like me, and so might speak coldly, which would have cut me, Barbara, deeper than I can tell. But when I came to think again, I felt sure that I was doing her wrong in this, and so I went on, as I did at first, hoping to see her once more, just as she used to be. Hoping this, and remembering what she was, has made me feel as if I would always try to please her, and always be what I should like to seem to her if I was still her servant. If I'm the better for that, and I don't think I'm the worse, I am grateful to her for it, and love and honor her the more. That's the plain honest truth, dear Barbara, upon my word it is. Little Barbara was not of a wayward or capricious nature, and, being full of remorse, melted into tears. To what more conversation this might have led, we need not stop to inquire, for the wheels of the carriage were heard at that moment, and, being followed by a smart ring at the garden gate, caused the bustle in the house, which had laid dormant for a short time, to burst again into tenfold life and vigor. Simultaneously with the traveling equipage arrived Mr. Chuckster in a hackney cab, with certain papers and supplies of money for the single gentleman, into whose hands he delivered them. This duty discharged, he subsided into the bosom of the family, and, entertaining himself with a strolling or peripatetic breakfast, watched, with genteel indifference, the process of loading the carriage. "Snobby S in this, I see, sir," he said to Mr. Abel Garland. "I thought he wasn't in the last trip, because it was expected that his presence wouldn't be acceptable to the ancient buffalo." "To whom, sir?" demanded Mr. Abel. "To the old gentleman," returned Mr. Chuckster, slightly abashed. "Our client prefers to take him now," said Mr. Abel, dryly. "There is no longer any need for that precaution, as my father's relationship to a gentleman in whom the objects of his search have full confidence will be a sufficient guarantee for the friendly nature of their errand." "Ah," thought Mr. Chuckster, looking out of window, "anybody but me, snobby before me, of course. He didn't happen to take that particular £5 note, but I have not the smallest doubt that he's always up to something of that sort. I always said it, long before this came out. Devilish pretty girl that. 'Pon my soul, an amazing little creature." Barbara was the subject of Mr. Chuckster's commendations, and as she was lingering near the carriage, all being now ready for its departure, that gentleman was suddenly seized with a strong interest in the proceedings, which impelled him to swagger down the garden and take up his position at a convenient ogling distance. Having had great experience of the sex, and being perfectly acquainted with all those little artifices which find the readiest road to their hearts, Mr. Chuckster, on taking his ground, planted one hand on his hip, and with the other adjusted his flowing hair. This is a favorite attitude in the polite circles, and, accompanied with a graceful whistling, has been known to do immense execution. Such, however, is the difference between town and country, that nobody took the smallest notice of this insinuating figure, the wretches being wholly engaged in bidding the travelers farewell, in kissing hands to each other, waving handkerchiefs, and the like tame and vulgar practices. For now the single gentleman and Mr. Garland were in the carriage, and the postboy was in the saddle, and Kit, well wrapped and muffled up, was in the rumble behind. And Mrs. Garland was there, and Mr. Abel was there, and Kit's mother was there, and little Jacob was there, and Barbara's mother was visible in remote perspective, nursing the ever-wakeful baby, and all were nodding, beckoning, curtsying, or crying out, "Goodbye," with all the energy they could express. In another minute, the carriage was out of sight, and Mr. Chuckster remained alone on the spot where it had lately been, with a vision of Kit standing up in the rumble waving his hand to Barbara, and of Barbara in the full light and luster of his eyes Chuckster's Chuckster, the successful on whom ladies of quality had looked with favor from phaetons in the parks, on Sundays waving hers to Kit. How Mr. Chuckster, entranced by this monstrous fact, stood for some time rooted to the earth, protesting within himself that Kit was the prince of felonious characters, and very emperor or great mogul of snobs, and how he clearly traced this revolting circumstance back to that old villainy of the shilling, are matters foreign to our purpose, which is to track the rolling wheels and bear the travelers company on their cold, bleak journey. It was a bitter day. A keen wind was blowing and rushed against them fiercely, bleaching the hard ground, shaking the white frost from the trees and hedges, and whirling it away like dust. But little cared Kit for weather. There was a freedom and freshness in the wind, as it came howling by, which, let it cut never so sharp, was welcome. As it swept on with its cloud of frost, bearing down the dry twigs and boughs and withered leaves, and carrying them away pell-mell, it seemed as though some general sympathy had got abroad, and everything was in a hurry, like themselves. The harder the gusts, the better progress they appeared to make. It was a good thing to go struggling and fighting forward, vanquishing them one by one, to watch them driving up, gathering strength and fury as they came along, to bend for a moment as they whistled past, and then to look back and see them speed away, their hoarse noise dying in the distance, and the stout trees cowering down before them. All day long it blew without cessation. The night was clear and starlit, but the wind had not fallen, and the cold was piercing. Sometimes towards the end of a long stage kit could not help wishing it were a little warmer. But when they stopped to change horses, and he had had a good run, and what with that, and the bustle of paying the old postilion, and rousing the new one, and running to and fro again until the horses were put to, he was so warm that the blood tingled and smarted in his fingers. Ends then, he felt as if to have it 1 degree less cold would be to lose half the delight and glory of the journey. And up he jumped again, right cheerily, singing to the merry music of the wheels as they rolled away, and, leaving the townspeople in their warm beds, pursued their course along the lonely road. Meantime the 2 gentlemen inside, who were little disposed to sleep, beguiled the time with conversation. As both were anxious and expectant, it naturally turned upon the subject of their expedition, on the manner in which it had been brought about, and on the hopes and fears they entertained respecting it. Of the former they had many, of the latter few, none perhaps beyond that indefinable uneasiness which is inseparable from suddenly awakened hope and protracted expectation. In one of the pauses of their discourse, and when half the night had worn away, the single gentleman, who had gradually become more and more silent and thoughtful, turned to his companion and said abruptly, "Are you a good listener?" "Like most other men, I suppose," returned Mr. Garland, smiling. "I can be if I am interested, and if not interested, I should still try to appear so. Why do you ask?" "I have a short narrative on my lips," rejoined his friend, "and will try you with it. It is very brief." Pausing for no reply, he laid his hand on the old gentleman's sleeve, and proceeded thus. "There were once 2 brothers, who loved each other dearly. There was a disparity in their ages some 12 years. I am not sure, but they may insensibly have loved each other the better for that reason. Wide as the interval between them was, however, they became rivals too soon. The deepest and strongest affection of both their hearts settled upon one object. The youngest there were reasons for his being sensitive, and watchful was the first to find this out. I will not tell you what misery he underwent, what agony of soul he knew, how great his mental struggle was. He had been a sickly child. His brother, patient and considerate in the midst of his own high health and strength, had many and many a day denied himself the sports he loved, to sit beside his couch, telling him old stories till his pale face lighted up with an unwonted glow, to carry him in his arms to some green spot, where he could tend the poor pensive boy as he looked upon the bright summer day, and saw all nature healthy but himself, to be, in any way, his fond and faithful nurse. I may not dwell on all he did, to make the poor, weak creature love him, or my tale would have no end. But when the time of trial came, the younger brother's heart was full of those old days. Heaven strengthened it to repay the sacrifices of inconsiderate youth by one of thoughtful manhood. He left his brother to be happy. The truth never passed his lips, and he quitted the country, hoping to die abroad. The elder brother married her. She was in heaven before long, and left him with an infant daughter. If you have seen the picture gallery of any one old family, you will remember how the same face and figure, often the fairest and slightest of them, all come upon you in different generations, and how you trace the same sweet girl through a long line of portraits, never growing old or changing, the good angel of the race abiding by them, in all reverses redeeming all their sins. In this daughter the mother lived again. You may judge with what devotion he who lost that mother almost in the winning clung to this girl, her breathing image. She grew to womanhood and gave her heart to one who could not know its worth. Well, her fond father could not see her pine and droop. He might be more deserving than he thought him. He surely might become so, with a wife like her. He joined their hands, and they were married. Through all the misery that followed this union, through all the cold neglect and undeserved reproach, through all the poverty he brought upon her, through all the struggles of their daily life, too mean and pitiful to tell, but dreadful to endure. She toiled on, in the deep devotion of her spirit and in her better nature, as only women can. Her means and substance wasted. Her father nearly beggared by her husband's hand, and the hourly witness, for they lived now under one roof, of her ill usage and unhappiness. She never, but for him, bewailed her fate. Patient and upheld by strong affection to the last, she died a widow of some 3 weeks' date, leaving to her father's care 2 orphans, one a son of 10 or 12 years old, the other a girl, such another infant child, the same in helplessness, in age, in form, in feature as she had been herself when her young mother died. The elder brother, grandfather to these 2 children, was now a broken man, crushed and borne down, less by the weight of years than by the heavy hand of sorrow. With the wreck of his possessions, he began to trade in pictures first, and then in curious ancient things. He had entertained a fondness for such matters from a boy, and the tastes he had cultivated were now to yield him an anxious and precarious subsistence. The boy grew like his father in mind and person, the girl so like her mother, that when the old man had her on his knee and looked into her mild blue eyes, he felt as if awakening from a wretched dream, and his daughter were a little child again. The wayward boy soon spurned the shelter of his roof, and sought associates more congenial to his taste. The old man and the child dwelt alone together. It was then, when the love of 2 dead people who had been nearest and dearest to his heart was all transferred to this slight creature, when her face, constantly before him, reminded him, from hour to hour, of the too early change he had seen in such another, of all the sufferings he had watched and known, and all his child had undergone when the young man's profligate and hardened course drained him of money as his father's had, and even sometimes occasioned them temporary privation and distress. It was then that there began to beset him, and to be ever in his mind, a gloomy dread of poverty and want. He had no thought for himself in this. His fear was for the child. It was a spectre in his house, and haunted him night and day. The younger brother had been a traveler in many countries, and had made his pilgrimage through life alone. His voluntary banishment had been misconstrued, and he had borne, not without pain, reproach, and slight for doing that which had wrung his heart, and cast a mournful shadow on his path. Apart from this, communication between him and the elder was difficult, and uncertain, and often failed. Still, it was not so wholly broken off, but that he learnt with long blanks and gaps between each interval of information all that I have told you now. Then, dreams of their young, happy life, happy to him though laden with pain, and early care visited his pillow yet oftener than before, and every night, a boy again, he was at his brother's side. With the utmost speed he could exert, he settled his affairs, converted into money all the goods he had, and with honorable wealth enough for both, with open heart and hand, with limbs that trembled as they bore him on, with emotion such as men can hardly bear and live, arrived one evening at his brother's door. The narrator, whose voice had faltered lately, stopped. "The rest," said Mr. Garland, pressing his hand after a pause, "I know." "Yes," rejoined his friend, "we may spare ourselves the sequel. You know the poor result of all my search. Even when by dint of such inquiries as the utmost vigilance and sagacity could set on foot, we found they had been seen with 2 poor traveling showmen, and in time discovered the men themselves, and in time the actual place of their retreat. Even then, we were too late. Pray God, we are not too late again." "We cannot be," said Mr. Garland. "This time we must succeed." "I have believed and hoped so," returned the other. "I try to believe and hope so still, but a heavy weight has fallen on my spirits, my good friend, and the sadness that gathers over me will yield to neither hope nor reason." "That does not surprise me," said Mr. Garland. "It is a natural consequence of the events you have recalled, of this dreary time and place, and above all of this wild and dismal night. A dismal night, indeed. Hark, how the wind is howling." Chapter 70. Day broke and found them still upon their way. Since leaving home, they had halted here and there for necessary refreshment, and had frequently been delayed, especially in the night-time, by waiting for fresh horses. They had made no other stoppages, but the weather continued rough, and the roads were often steep and heavy. It would be night again before they reached their place of destination. Kit, all bluff and hardened with the cold, went on manfully. and having enough to do to keep his blood circulating, to picture to himself the happy end of this adventurous journey, and to look about him and be amazed at everything, had little spare time for thinking of discomforts. Though his impatience, and that of his fellow travelers, rapidly increased as the day waned, the hours did not stand still. The short daylight of winter soon faded away, and it was dark again when they had yet many miles to travel. As it grew dusk, the wind fell. Its distant moanings were more low and mournful, and, as it came creeping up the road and rattling covertly among the dry brambles on either hand, it seemed like some great phantom for whom the way was narrow, whose garments rustled as it stalked along. By degrees it lulled and died away, and then it came on to snow. The flakes fell fast and thick, soon covering the ground some inches deep and spreading abroad a solemn stillness. The rolling wheels were noiseless, and the sharp ring and clatter of the horses' hoofs became a dull, muffled tramp. The life of their progress seemed to be slowly hushed, and something deathlike to usurp its place. Shading his eyes from the falling snow, which froze upon their lashes and obscured his sight, Kit often tried to catch the earliest glimpse of twinkling lights, denoting their approach to some not distant town. He could descry objects enough at such times, but none correctly. Now a tall church spire appeared in view, which presently became a tree, a barn, a shadow on the ground, thrown on it by their own bright lamps. Now there were horsemen, foot passengers, carriages going on before or meeting them in narrow ways, which when they were close upon them, turned to shadows too. A wall, a ruin, a sturdy gable end would rise up in the road, and when they were plunging headlong at it, would be the road itself. Strange turnings, too, bridges and sheets of water, appeared to start up here and there, making the way doubtful and uncertain. And yet they were on the same bare road, and these things, like the others as they were passed, turned into dim illusions. He descended slowly from his seat, for his limbs were numbed when they arrived at a lone posting-house, and inquired how far they had to go to reach their journey's end. It was a late hour in such by places, and the people were abed, but a voice answered from an upper window 10 miles. The 10 minutes that ensued appeared an hour, but at the end of that time, a shivering figure led out the horses they required, and after another brief delay they were again in motion. It was a cross-country road, full, after the first 3 or 4 miles, of holes and cart ruts, which, being covered by the snow, were so many pitfalls to the trembling horses, and obliged them to keep a foot-pace. As it was next to impossible for men so much agitated as they were by this time, to sit still and move so slowly, all 3 got out and plodded on behind the carriage. The distance seemed interminable, and the walk was most laborious. As each was thinking within himself that the driver must have lost his way, a church bell, close at hand, struck the hour of midnight, and the carriage stopped. It had moved softly enough, but when it ceased to crunch the snow, the silence was as startling as if some great noise had been replaced by perfect stillness. "This is the place, gentlemen," said the driver, dismounting from his horse and knocking at the door of a little inn. "Halloa, past 12 o'clock is the dead of night here." The knocking was loud and long, but it failed to rouse the drowsy inmates. All continued dark and silent as before. They fell back a little and looked up at the windows, which were mere black patches in the whitened house front. No light appeared. The house might have been deserted, or the sleepers dead, for any air of life it had about it. They spoke together with a strange inconsistency, in whispers, unwilling to disturb again the dreary echoes they had just now raised. "Let us go on," said the younger brother, "and leave this good fellow to wake them, if he can. I cannot rest until I know that we are not too late. Let us go on, in the name of heaven." They did so, leaving the postilion to order such accommodation as the house afforded and to renew his knocking. Kit accompanied them with a little bundle, which he had hung in the carriage when they left home, and had not forgotten since the bird in his old cage just as she had left him. She would be glad to see her bird, he knew. The road wound gently downward. As they proceeded, they lost sight of the church whose clock they had heard and of the small village clustering round it. The knocking, which was now renewed, and which in that stillness they could plainly hear, troubled them. They wished the man would forbear, or that they had told him not to break the silence until they returned. The old church tower, clad in a ghostly garb of pure cold white, again rose up before them, and a few moments brought them close beside it. A venerable building grey, even in the midst of the hoary landscape. An ancient sundial on the belfry wall was nearly hidden by the snowdrift, and scarcely to be known for what it was. Time itself seemed to have grown dull and old, as if no day were ever to displace the melancholy night. A wicket gate was close at hand, but there was more than one path across the churchyard to which it led, and, uncertain which to take, they came to a stand again. The village street, if street that could be called, which was an irregular cluster of poor cottages of many heights and ages, some with their fronts, some with their backs, and some with gable ends towards the road, with here and there a signpost or a shed encroaching on the path, was close at hand. There was a faint light in a chamber window not far off, and Kit ran towards that house to ask their way. His first shout was answered by an old man within, who presently appeared at the casement, wrapping some garment round his throat as a protection from the cold, and demanded who was abroad at that unseasonable hour, wanting him. "'Tis hard weather this," he grumbled, "and not a night to call me up in. My trade is not of that kind that I need be roused from bed. The business on which folks want me will keep cold, especially at this season. What do you want?" "I would not have roused you if I had known you were old and ill," said Kit. "Old," repeated the other peevishly. "How do you know I am old? Not so old as you think, friend, perhaps. As to being ill, you will find many young people in worse case than I am. More's the pity that it should be so, not that I should be strong and hearty for my years, I mean, but that they should be weak and tender. I ask your pardon, though," said the old man, "if I spoke rather rough at first. My eyes are not good at night, that's neither age nor illness. They never were, and I didn't see you were a stranger." "I am sorry to call you from your bed," said Kit, "but those gentlemen you may see by the churchyard gate are strangers too, who have just arrived from a long journey and seek the parsonage house. You can direct us." "I should be able to," answered the old man in a trembling voice, "for, come next summer, I have been sexton here, good 50 years. The right-hand path, friend, is the road. There is no ill news for our good gentleman, I hope." Kit thanked him and made him a hasty answer in the negative. He was turning back when his attention was caught by the voice of a child. Looking up, he saw a very little creature at a neighboring window. "What is that?" cried the child earnestly. "Has my dream come true? Pray speak to me, whoever that is, awake and up." "Poor boy," said the sexton before Kit could answer. "How goes it, darling?" "Has my dream come true?" exclaimed the child again, in a voice so fervent that it might have thrilled to the heart of any listener. "But no, that can never be. How could it be? Oh, how could it?" "I guess his meaning," said the sexton. "To bed again, poor boy." "I," cried the child in a burst of despair. "I knew it could never be. I felt too sure of that before I asked. But all tonight and last night too, it was the same. I never fall asleep, but that cruel dream comes back." "Try to sleep again," said the old man soothingly. "It will go in time." "No, no, I would rather that it stayed cruel as it is. I would rather that it stayed," rejoined the child. "I am not afraid to have it in my sleep, but I am so sad, so very, very sad." The old man blessed him, the child in tears replied good night, and Kit was again alone. He hurried back, moved by what he had heard, though more by the child's manner than by anything he had said, as his meaning was hidden from him. They took the path indicated by the sexton and soon arrived before the parsonage wall. Turning round to look about them when they had got thus far, they saw, among some ruined buildings at a distance, one single solitary light. It shone from what appeared to be an old oriel window, and being surrounded by the deep shadows of overhanging walls, sparkled like a star. Bright and glimmering as the stars above their heads, lonely and motionless as they, it seemed to claim some kindred with the eternal lamps of heaven, and to burn in fellowship with them. "What light is that?" said the younger brother. "It is surely," said Mr. Garland, "in the ruin where they live. I see no other ruin hereabouts." "They cannot," returned the brother hastily, "be waking at this late hour." Kit interposed directly and begged that, while they rang and waited at the gate, they would let him make his way to where this light was shining and try to ascertain if any people were about. Obtaining the permission he desired, he darted off with breathless eagerness, and still carrying the birdcage in his hand, made straight towards the spot. It was not easy to hold that pace among the graves, and at another time he might have gone more slowly or round by the path. Unmindful of all obstacles, however, he pressed forward without slackening his speed and soon arrived within a few yards of the window. He approached as softly as he could, and advancing so near the wall as to brush the whitened ivy with his dress, listened. There was no sound inside. The church itself was not more quiet. Touching the glass with his cheek, he listened again. No. And yet there was such a silence all around that he felt sure he could have heard even the breathing of a sleeper, if there had been one there. A strange circumstance, a light in such a place at that time of night, with no one near it. A curtain was drawn across the lower portion of the window, and he could not see into the room. But there was no shadow thrown upon it from within. To have gained a footing on the wall and tried to look in from above would have been attended with some danger, certainly with some noise, and the chance of terrifying the child, if that really were her habitation. Again and again he listened. Again and again the same wearisome blank. Leaving the spot with slow and cautious steps, and skirting the ruin for a few paces, he came at length to a door. He knocked. No answer, but there was a curious noise inside. It was difficult to determine what it was. It bore a resemblance to the low moaning of one in pain, but it was not that, being far too regular and constant. Now it seemed a kind of song, now a wail seemed, that is, to his changing fancy, for the sound itself was never changed or checked. It was unlike anything he had ever heard, and in its tone there was something fearful, chilling, and unearthly. The listener's blood ran colder now than ever it had done in frost and snow, but he knocked again. There was no answer, and the sound went on without any interruption. He laid his hand softly upon the latch and put his knee against the door. It was secured on the inside, but yielded to the pressure, and turned upon its hinges. He saw the glimmering of a fire upon the old walls and entered. Chapter 71. The dull, red glow of a wood fire, for no lamp or candle burnt within the room, showed him a figure, seated on the hearth with its back towards him, bending over the fitful light. The attitude was that of one who sought the heat. It was, and yet was not. The stooping posture and the cowering form were there, but no hands were stretched out to meet the grateful warmth. No shrug or shiver compared its luxury with the piercing cold outside. With limbs huddled together, head bowed down, arms crossed upon the breast, and fingers tightly clenched, it rocked to and fro upon its seat without a moment's pause, accompanying the action with the mournful sound he had heard. The heavy door had closed behind him on his entrance, with a crash that made him start. The figure neither spoke, nor turned to look, nor gave in any other way the faintest sign of having heard the noise. The form was that of an old man, his white head akin in color to the moldering embers upon which he gazed. He and the failing light and dying fire, the time-worn room, the solitude, the wasted life and gloom were all in fellowship. Ashes and dust and ruin. Kit tried to speak, and did pronounce some words, though what they were he scarcely knew. Still the same terrible low cry went on, still the same rocking in the chair, the same stricken figure was there, unchanged and heedless of his presence. He had his hand upon the latch, when something in the form distinctly seen as one log broke and fell, and, as it fell, blazed up, arrested it. He returned to where he had stood before, advanced a pace, another still. Another, and he saw the face. Yes, changed as it was, he knew it well. "Master," he cried, stooping on one knee and catching at his hand. "Dear master, speak to me." The old man turned slowly towards him, and muttered in a hollow voice, "This is another. How many of these spirits there have been tonight?" "No spirit, master. No one but your old servant. You know me now, I am sure. Miss Nell, where is she? Where is she?" "They all say that," cried the old man. "They all ask the same question. A spirit." "Where is she?" demanded Kit. "Oh, tell me but that, dear master." "She is asleep yonder and there." "Thank God." "Aye, thank God," returned the old man. "I have prayed to him many and many and many a livelong night when she has been asleep, he knows. Hark, did she call?" "I heard no voice." "You did, you hear her now. Do you tell me that you don't hear that?" He started up and listened again. "Nor that," he cried with a triumphant smile, "can any body know that voice so well as I. Hush, hush." Motioning to him to be silent, he stole away into another chamber. After a short absence, during which he could be heard to speak in a softened, soothing tone, he returned, bearing in his hand a lamp. "She is still asleep," he whispered. "You were right, she did not call unless she did so in her slumber. She has called to me in her sleep before now, sir. As I have sat by, watching, I have seen her lips move, and have known, though no sound came from them, that she spoke of me." I feared the light might dazzle her eyes and wake her, so I brought it here." He spoke rather to himself than to the visitor, but when he had put the lamp upon the table, he took it up, as if impelled by some momentary recollection or curiosity, and held it near his face. Then, as if forgetting his motive in the very action, he turned away and put it down again. "She is sleeping soundly," he said, "but no wonder. Angel hands have strewn the ground deep with snow, that the lightest footstep may be lighter yet, and the very birds are dead, that they may not wake her. She used to feed them, sir. Though never so cold and hungry, the timid things would fly from us. They never flew from her." Again he stopped to listen, and scarcely drawing breath, listened for a long, long time. That fancy past, he opened an old chest, took out some clothes as fondly as if they had been living things, and began to smooth and brush them with his hand. "Why dost thou lie so idle there, dear Nell?" he murmured, "when there are bright red berries out of doors waiting for thee to pluck them? Why dost thou lie so idle there, when thy little friends come creeping to the door, crying, 'Where is Nell, sweet Nell?' and sob and weep because they do not see thee?" She was always gentle with children. The wildest would do her bidding. She had a tender way with them, indeed she had. Kit had no power to speak. His eyes were filled with tears. "Her little homely dress her favorite?" cried the old man, pressing it to his breast and patting it with his shriveled hand. "She will miss it when she wakes. They have hid it here in sport, but she shall have it, she shall have it. I would not vex my darling for the wide world's riches. See here these shoes, how worn they are. She kept them to remind her of our last long journey. You see where the little feet went bare upon the ground. They told me afterwards that the stones had cut and bruised them. She never told me that. No, no, God bless her. And I have remembered since she walked behind me, sir, that I might not see how lame she was, but yet she had my hand in hers and seemed to lead me still." He pressed them to his lips, and having carefully put them back again, went on communing with himself, looking wistfully from time to time towards the chamber he had lately visited. "She was not wont to be a lie-abed, but she was well then. We must have patience. When she is well again, she will rise early, as she used to do, and ramble abroad in the healthy morning time. I often tried to track the way she had gone, but her small footstep left no print upon the dewy ground to guide me. Who is that? Shut the door, quick. Have we not enough to do to drive away that marble cold and keep her warm?" The door was indeed opened for the entrance of Mr. Garland and his friend, accompanied by two other persons. These were the schoolmaster and the bachelor. The former held a light in his hand. He had, it seemed, but gone to his own cottage to replenish the exhausted lamp at the moment when Kit came up and found the old man alone. He softened again at sight of these two friends, and laying aside the angry manner, if to anything so feeble and so sad the term can be applied in which he had spoken when the door opened, resumed his former seat, and subsided by little and little into the old action, and the old, dull, wandering sound. Of the strangers he took no heed whatever. He had seen them, but appeared quite incapable of interest or curiosity. The younger brother stood apart. The bachelor drew a chair towards the old man and sat down close beside him. After a long silence, he ventured to speak. "Another night and not in bed," he said softly. "I hoped you would be more mindful of your promise to me. Why do you not take some rest?" "Sleep has left me," returned the old man. "It is all with her." "It would pain her very much to know that you were watching thus," said the bachelor. "You would not give her pain." "I am not so sure of that, if it would only rouse her. She has slept so very long, and yet I am rash to say so. It is a good and happy sleep, eh?" "Indeed it is," returned the bachelor. "Indeed, indeed it is." "That's well, and the waking," faltered the old man. "Happy too, happier than tongue can tell or heart of man conceive." They watched him as he rose and stole on tiptoe to the other chamber where the lamp had been replaced. They listened as he spoke again within its silent walls. They looked into the faces of each other, and no man's cheek was free from tears. He came back, whispering that she was still asleep, but that he thought she had moved. It was her hand. He said a little, a very, very little, but he was pretty sure she had moved it perhaps in seeking his. He had known her do that before now, though in the deepest sleep the while. And when he had said this, he dropped into his chair again, and clasping his hands above his head, uttered a cry never to be forgotten. The poor schoolmaster motioned to the bachelor that he would come on the other side and speak to him. They gently unlocked his fingers, which he had twisted in his gray hair, and pressed them in their own. "He will hear me," said the schoolmaster, "I am sure. He will hear either me or you if we beseech him." She would at all times. "I will hear any voice she liked to hear," cried the old man. "I love all she loved." "I know you do," returned the schoolmaster. "I am certain of it. Think of her. Think of all the sorrows and afflictions you have shared together, of all the trials and all the peaceful pleasures you have jointly known." "I do. I think of nothing else." "I would have you think of nothing else tonight, of nothing but those things which will soften your heart, dear friend, and open it to old affections and old times. It is so that she would speak to you herself, and in her name it is that I speak now." "You do well to speak softly," said the old man. "We will not wake her. I should be glad to see her eyes again and to see her smile. There is a smile upon her young face now, but it is fixed and changeless. I would have it come and go. That shall be in heaven's good time. We will not wake her. Let us not talk of her in her sleep, but as she used to be when you were journeying together, far away as she was at home, in the old house from which you fled together, as she was in the old cheerful time," said the schoolmaster. "She was always cheerful, very cheerful," cried the old man, looking steadfastly at him. "There was ever something mild and quiet about her, I remember from the first, but she was of a happy nature." "We have heard you say," pursued the schoolmaster, "that in this and in all goodness she was like her mother. You can think of and remember her." He maintained his steadfast look, but gave no answer. "Or even one before her," said the bachelor. "It is many years ago, and affliction makes the time longer, but you have not forgotten her whose death contributed to make this child so dear to you, even before you knew her worth or could read her heart. Say that you could carry back your thoughts to very distant days, to the time of your early life when, unlike this fair flower, you did not pass your youth alone. Say that you could remember, long ago, another child who loved you dearly, you being but a child yourself. Say that you had a brother, long forgotten, long unseen, long separated from you, who now, at last, in your utmost need, came back to comfort and console you. To be to you what you were once to him," cried the younger, falling on his knee before him. "To repay your old affection, brother dear, by constant care, solicitude, and love. To be, at your right hand, what he has never ceased to be when oceans rolled between us. To call to witness his unchanging truth and mindfulness of bygone days, whole years of desolation. Give me but one word of recognition, brother, and never, no, never, in the brightest moment of our youngest days, when, poor silly boys, we thought to pass our lives together, have we been half as dear and precious to each other as we shall be from this time hence." The old man looked from face to face, and his lips moved, but no sound came from them in reply. "If we were knit together then," pursued the younger brother, "what will be the bond between us now? Our love and fellowship began in childhood, when life was all before us, and will be resumed when we have proved it, and are but children at the last. As many restless spirits, who have hunted fortune, fame, or pleasure through the world, retire in their decline to where they first drew breath, vainly seeking to be children once again before they die, so we, less fortunate than they in early life, but happier in its closing scenes, will set up our rest again among our boyish haunts, and going home with no hope realized, that had its growth in manhood, carrying back nothing that we brought away. But our old yearnings to each other, saving no fragment from the wreck of life, but that which first endeared it, may be, indeed, but children as at first. And even," he added in an altered voice, "even if what I dread to name has come to pass, even if that be so, or is to be, which heaven forbid and spare us, still, dear brother, we are not apart, and have that comfort in our great affliction." By little and little, the old man had drawn back towards the inner chamber, while these words were spoken. He pointed there, as he replied, with trembling lips, "You plot among you to wean my heart from her. You never will do that, never, while I have life. I have no relative or friend, but her I never had, I never will have. She is all in all to me. It is too late to part us now." Waving them off with his hand, and calling softly to her as he went, he stole into the room. They who were left behind drew close together, and after a few whispered words not unbroken by emotion or easily uttered followed him. They moved so gently that their footsteps made no noise, but there were sobs from among the group and sounds of grief and mourning. For she was dead. There upon her little bed she lay at rest. The solemn stillness was no marvel now. She was dead. No sleep so beautiful and calm, so free from trace of pain, so fair to look upon. She seemed a creature fresh from the hand of God and waiting for the breath of life, not one who had lived and suffered death. Her couch was dressed with here and there some winter berries and green leaves gathered in a spot she had been used to favor. When I die, put near me something that has loved the light and had the sky above it always. Those were her words. She was dead. Dear, gentle, patient, noble Nell was dead. Her little Berta, poor slight thing, the pressure of a finger would have crushed, was stirring nimbly in its cage, and the strong heart of its child mistress was mute and motionless forever. Where were the traces of her early cares, her sufferings and fatigues, all gone? Sorrow was dead indeed in her, but peace and perfect happiness were born, imaged in her tranquil beauty and profound repose. And still her former self lay there, unaltered in this change. Yes, the old fireside had smiled upon that same sweet face. It had passed, like a dream, through haunts of misery and care, at the door of the poor schoolmaster on the summer evening, before the furnace fire upon the cold, wet night, at the still bedside of the dying boy, there had been the same mild, lovely look. So shall we know the angels in their majesty, after death. The old man held one languid arm in his, and had the small hand tight folded to his breast, for warmth. It was the hand she had stretched out to him with her last smile, the hand that had led him on, through all their wanderings. Ever and anon he pressed it to his lips, then hugged it to his breast again, murmuring that it was warmer now, and, as he said it, he looked, in agony, to those who stood around, as if imploring them to help her. She was dead, and past all help or need of it. The ancient rooms she had seemed to fill with life. Even while her own was waning fast the garden, she had tended the eyes, she had gladdened the noiseless haunts of many a thoughtful hour, the paths she had trodden as it were, but yesterday could know her nevermore. It is not, said the schoolmaster, as he bent down to kiss her on the cheek and gave his tears free vent, it is not on earth that heaven's justice ends. Think what earth is, compared with the world to which her young spirit has winged its early flight. And say, if one deliberate wish expressed in solemn terms above this bed could call her back to life, which of us would utter it? Chapter 72. When morning came, and they could speak more calmly on the subject of their grief, they heard how her life had closed. She had been dead 2 days. They were all about her at the time, knowing that the end was drawing on. She died soon after daybreak. They had read and talked to her in the earlier portion of the night, but as the hours crept on, she sunk to sleep. They could tell, by what she faintly uttered in her dreams, that they were of her journeyings with the old man. They were of no painful scenes, but of people who had helped and used them kindly, for she often said, "God bless you," with great fervor. Waking, she never wandered in her mind but once, and that was of beautiful music which she said was in the air. God knows, it may have been. Opening her eyes at last, from a very quiet sleep, she begged that they would kiss her once again. That done, she turned to the old man with a lovely smile upon her face, such, they said, as they had never seen, and never could forget, and clung with both her arms about his neck. They did not know that she was dead, at first. She had spoken very often of the two sisters, who, she said, were like dear friends to her. She wished they could be told how much she thought about them, and how she had watched them as they walked together by the river side at night. She would like to see poor Kit, she had often said of late. She wished there was somebody to take her love to Kit, and even then she never thought or spoke about him, but with something of her old, clear, merry laugh. For the rest, she had never murmured or complained, but with a quiet mind and manner quite unaltered, save that she every day became more earnest and more grateful to them, faded like the light upon a summer's evening. The child who had been her little friend came there, almost as soon as it was day, with an offering of dried flowers which he begged them to lay upon her breast. It was he who had come to the window overnight and spoken to the sexton, and they saw in the snow traces of small feet where he had been lingering near the room in which she lay, before he went to bed. He had a fancy, it seemed, that they had left her there alone, and could not bear the thought. He told them of his dream again, and that it was of her being restored to them, just as she used to be. He begged hard to see her, saying that he would be very quiet, and that they need not fear his being alarmed, for he had sat alone by his young brother all day long when he was dead, and had felt glad to be so near him. They let him have his wish, and indeed he kept his word, and was, in his childish way, a lesson to them all. Up to that time, the old man had not spoken once except to her or stirred from the bedside. But when he saw her little favorite, he was moved as they had not seen him yet, and made as though he would have him come nearer. Then, pointing to the bed, he burst into tears for the first time, and they who stood by, knowing that the sight of this child had done him good, left them alone together. Soothing him with his artless talk of her, the child persuaded him to take some rest, to walk abroad, to do almost as he desired him. And when the day came on, which must remove her in her earthly shape from earthly eyes forever, he led him away, that he might not know when she was taken from him. They were to gather fresh leaves and berries for her bed. It was Sunday, a bright, clear, wintry afternoon, and, as they traversed the village street, those who were walking in their path drew back to make way for them and gave them a softened greeting. Some shook the old man kindly by the hand, some stood uncovered while he tottered by, and many cried, "God help him," as he passed along. "Neighbor," said the old man, stopping at the cottage where his young guide's mother dwelt, "how is it that the folks are nearly all in black today? I have seen a mourning ribbon or a piece of crape on almost everyone." She could not tell, the woman said. "Why, you yourself you wear the color too," he said. "Windows are closed that never used to be by day. What does this mean?" Again the woman said she could not tell. "We must go back," said the old man hurriedly. "We must see what this is." "No, no," cried the child, detaining him. "Remember what you promised. Our way is to the old green lane, where she and I so often were, and where you found us more than once making those garlands for her garden. Do not turn back." "Where is she now?" said the old man. "Tell me that." "Do you not know?" returned the child. "Did we not leave her but just now?" "True, true. It was her we left, was it?" He pressed his hand upon his brow, looked vacantly round, and as if impelled by a sudden thought, crossed the road, and entered the sexton's house. He and his deaf assistant were sitting before the fire. Both rose up, on seeing who it was. The child made a hasty sign to them with his hand. It was the action of an instant, but that, and the old man's look, were quite enough. "Do you bury anyone today?" he said eagerly. "No, no, who should we bury, sir?" returned the sexton. "I who indeed? I say with you who indeed." "It is a holiday with us, good sir," returned the sexton mildly. "We have no work to do today." "Why then, I'll go where you will," said the old man, turning to the child. "You're sure of what you tell me? You would not deceive me? I am changed, even in the little time since you last saw me." "Go thy ways with him, sir," cried the sexton, "and heaven be with ye both." "I am quite ready," said the old man meekly. "Come, boy, come," and so submitted to be led away. And now the bell she had so often heard, by night and day, and listened to with solemn pleasure almost as a living voice rung its remorseless toll. For her, so young, so beautiful, so good. Decrepit age and vigorous life and blooming youth and helpless infancy poured forth on crutches, in the pride of strength and health, in the full blush of promise, in the mere dawn of life to gather round her tomb. Old men were there, whose eyes were dim and senses failing grandmothers, who might have died 10 years ago and still been old, the deaf, the blind, the lame, the palsied, the living dead in many shapes and forms, to see the closing of that early grave. What was the death it would shut in, to that which still could crawl and creep above it? Along the crowded path they bore her now, pure as the newly fallen snow that covered it, whose day on earth had been as fleeting. Under the porch, where she had sat when heaven in its mercy brought her to that peaceful spot, she passed again, and the old church received her in its quiet shade. They carried her to one old nook, where she had many and many a time sat musing, and laid their burdens softly on the pavement. The light streamed on it through the colored window, where the boughs of trees were ever rustling in the summer, and where the birds sang sweetly all day long. With every breath of air that stirred among those branches in the sunshine, some trembling, changing light would fall upon her grave. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Many a young hand dropped in its little wreath, many a stifled sob was heard. Some men they were not a few knelt down. All were sincere and truthful in their sorrow. The service done, the mourners stood apart, and the villagers closed round to look into the grave before the pavement stone should be replaced. One called to mind how he had seen her sitting on that very spot, and how her book had fallen on her lap, and she was gazing with a pensive face upon the sky. Another told how he had wondered much that one so delicate as she should be so bold. how she had never feared to enter the church alone at night, but had loved to linger there when all was quiet, and even to climb the tower stair, with no more light than that of the moon rays stealing through the loopholes in the thick old wall. A whisper went about among the oldest that she had seen and talked with angels, and when they called to mind how she had looked and spoken and her early death, some thought it might be so indeed. Thus, coming to the grave in little knots, and glancing down and giving place to others, and falling off in whispering groups of 3 or 4, the church was cleared in time, of all but the sexton and the mourning friends. They saw the vault covered, and the stone fixed down. Then, when the dusk of evening had come on, and not a sound disturbed the sacred stillness of the place, when the bright moon poured in her light on tomb and monument, on pillar, wall, and arch, and most of all, it seemed to them, upon her quiet grave in that calm time, when outward things and inward thoughts teem with assurances of immortality, and worldly hopes and fears are humbled in the dust before them, then, with tranquil and submissive hearts they turned away, and left the child with God. Oh, it is hard to take to heart the lesson that such deaths will teach, but let no man reject it, for it is one that all must learn, and is a mighty, universal truth. When death strikes down the innocent and young, for every fragile form from which he lets the panting spirit free, 100 virtues rise, in shapes of mercy, charity, and love, to walk the world and bless it. Of every tear that sorrowing mortals shed on such green graves, some good is born, some gentler nature comes. In the destroyer's steps there spring up bright creations that defy his power, and his dark path becomes a way of light to heaven. It was late when the old man came home. The boy had led him to his own dwelling under some pretense on their way back, and, rendered drowsy by his long ramble and late want of rest, he had sunk into a deep sleep by the fireside. He was perfectly exhausted, and they were careful not to rouse him. The slumber held him a long time, and when he at length awoke, the moon was shining. The younger brother, uneasy at his protracted absence, was watching at the door for his coming, when he appeared in the pathway with his little guide. He advanced to meet them, and tenderly obliging the old man to lean upon his arm, conducted him with slow and trembling steps towards the house. He repaired to her chamber, straight. Not finding what he had left there, he returned with distracted looks to the room in which they were assembled. From that, he rushed into the schoolmaster's cottage, calling her name. They followed close upon him, and when he had vainly searched it, brought him home. With such persuasive words as pity and affection could suggest, they prevailed upon him to sit among them and hear what they should tell him. Then, endeavoring by every little artifice to prepare his mind for what must come, and dwelling with many fervent words upon the happy lot to which she had been removed, they told him, at last, the truth. The moment it had passed their lips, he fell down among them like a murdered man. For many hours they had little hope of his surviving, but grief is strong, and he recovered. If there be any who have never known the blank that follows death, the weary, void the sense of desolation that will come upon the strongest minds, when something familiar and beloved is missed at every turn, the connection between inanimate and senseless things, and the object of recollection, when every household god becomes a monument, and every room a grave. If there be any who have not known this, and proved it by their own experience, they can never faintly guess how, for many days, the old man pined and moped away the time, and wandered here and there as seeking something, and had no comfort. Whatever power of thought or memory he retained was all bound up in her. He never understood, or seemed to care to understand, about his brother. To every endearment and attention he continued listless. If they spoke to him on this, or any other theme save one, he would hear them patiently for a while, then turn away, and go on seeking as before. On that one theme, which was in his and all their minds, it was impossible to touch. Dead, he could not hear or bear the word. The slightest hint of it would throw him into a paroxysm, like that he had had when it was first spoken. In what hope he lived, no man could tell, but that he had some hope of finding her again, some faint and shadowy hope, deferred from day to day, and making him from day to day more sick and sore at heart, was plain to all. They bethought them of a removal from the scene of this last sorrow, of trying whether change of place would rouse or cheer him. His brother sought the advice of those who were accounted skillful in such matters, and they came and saw him. Some of the number stayed upon the spot, conversed with him when he would converse, and watched him as he wandered up and down, alone and silent. Move him where they might, they said, he would ever seek to get back there. His mind would run upon that spot. If they confined him closely and kept a strict guard upon him, they might hold him prisoner. But if he could by any means escape, he would surely wander back to that place, or die upon the road. The boy, to whom he had submitted at first, had no longer any influence with him. At times, he would suffer the child to walk by his side, or would even take such notice of his presence as giving him his hand, or would stop to kiss his cheek or pat him on the head. At other times, he would entreat him not unkindly to be gone, and would not brook him near. But whether alone, or with this pliant friend, or with those who would have given him, at any cost or sacrifice, some consolation or some peace of mind, if happily the means could have been devised, he was at all times the same, with no love or care for anything in life, a broken-hearted man. At length they found one day that he had risen early, and with his knapsack on his back, his staff in hand, her own straw hat, and little basket full of such things as she had been used to carry, was gone. As they were making ready to pursue him far and wide, a frightened schoolboy came who had seen him, but a moment before, sitting in the church upon her grave, he said. They hastened there, and going softly to the door, espied him in the attitude of one who waited patiently. They did not disturb him then, but kept a watch upon him all that day. When it grew quite dark, he rose and returned home, and went to bed, murmuring to himself, "She will come tomorrow." Upon the morrow he was there again from sunrise until night, and still at night he laid him down to rest, and murmured, "She will come tomorrow." And thenceforth, every day and all day long, he waited at her grave for her. How many pictures of new journeys over pleasant country, of resting places under the free broad sky, of rambles in the fields and woods, and paths not often trodden, how many tones of that one well-remembered voice, how many glimpses of the form, the fluttering dress, the hair that waved so gaily in the wind, how many visions of what had been, and what he hoped was yet to be, rose up before him, in the old, dull, silent church. He never told them what he thought, or where he went. He would sit with them at night, pondering with a secret satisfaction they could see, upon the flight that he and she would take before night came again, and still they would hear him whisper in his prayers, "Lord, let her come tomorrow." The last time was on a genial day in spring. He did not return at the usual hour, and they went to seek him. He was lying dead upon the stone. They laid him by the side of her whom he had loved so well. And, in the church where they had often prayed, and mused, and lingered hand in hand, the child and the old man slept together. Chapter 73. The magic reel, which, rolling on before, has led the chronicler thus far, now slackens in its pace and stops. It lies before the goal, the pursuit is at an end. It remains but to dismiss the leaders of the little crowd who have borne us company upon the road, and so to close the journey. Foremost among them, smooth Sampson, Brass, and Sally, arm in arm, claim our polite attention. Mr. Sampson, then, being detained, as already has been shown, by the justice upon whom he called, and being so strongly pressed to protract his stay that he could by no means refuse, remained under his protection for a considerable time, during which the great attention of his entertainer kept him so extremely close that he was quite lost to society, and never even went abroad for exercise saving into a small paved yard. So well, indeed, was his modest and retiring temper understood by those with whom he had to deal, and so jealous were they of his absence, that they required a kind of friendly bond to be entered into by two substantial housekeepers, in the sum of £1,500 apiece, before they would suffer him to quit their hospitable roof-doubting. It appeared that he would return, if once let loose, on any other terms. Mr. Brass, struck with the humor of this jest, and carrying out its spirit to the utmost, sought from his wide connection a pair of friends whose joint possessions fell some halfpence short of 15 pence, and proffered them as bail for that was the merry word agreed upon both sides. These gentlemen being rejected after 24 hours' pleasantry, Mr. Brass consented to remain, and did remain, until a club of choice spirits called a grand jury, who were in the joke, summoned him to a trial before 12 other wags for perjury and fraud, who in their turn found him guilty with a most facetious joiné. The very populace entered into the whim, and when Mr. Brass was moving in a hackney coach towards the building where these wags assembled, saluted him with rotten eggs and carcasses of kittens, and feigned to wish to tear him into shreds, which greatly increased the comicality of the thing, and made him relish it the more, no doubt. To work this sportive vein still further, Mr. Brass, by his counsel, moved in arrest of judgment that he had been led to criminate himself by assurances of safety and promises of pardon, and claimed the leniency which the law extends to such confiding natures as are thus deluded. After solemn argument, this point, with others of a technical nature, whose humorous extravagance it would be difficult to exaggerate, was referred to the judges for their decision, Sampson being meantime removed to his former quarters. Finally, some of the points were given in Sampson's favor, and some against him, and the upshot was that, instead of being desired to travel for a time in foreign parts, he was permitted to grace the mother country under certain insignificant restrictions. These were that he should, for a term of years, reside in a spacious mansion where several other gentlemen were lodged and boarded at the public charge, who went clad in a sober uniform of gray turned up with yellow, had their hair cut extremely short, and chiefly lived on gruel and light soup. It was also required of him that he should partake of their exercise of constantly ascending an endless flight of stairs, and, lest his legs, unused to such exertion, should be weakened by it, that he should wear upon one ankle an amulet or charm of iron. These conditions being arranged, he was removed one evening to his new abode, and enjoyed, in common with 9 other gentlemen and 2 ladies, the privilege of being taken to his place of retirement in one of royalty's own carriages. Over and above these trifling penalties, his name was erased and blotted out from the roll of attorneys, which erasure has been always held in these latter times to be a great degradation and reproach, and to imply the commission of some amazing villainy as, indeed, it would seem to be the case, when so many worthless names remain among its better records, unmolested. Of Sally Brass, conflicting rumors went abroad. Some said with confidence that she had gone down to the docks in male attire and had become a female sailor. Others darkly whispered that she had enlisted as a private in the 2nd Regiment of Foot Guards and had been seen in uniform and on duty, to wit, leaning on her musket and looking out of a sentry box in St. James's Park, one evening. There were many such whispers as these in circulation, but the truth appears to be that, after the lapse of some 5 years, during which there is no direct evidence of her having been seen at all, 2 wretched people were more than once observed to crawl at dusk from the inmost recesses of St. Giles' and to take their way along the streets, with shuffling steps and cowering, shivering forms, looking into the roads and kennels as they went in search of refuse food or disregarded offal. These forms were never beheld but in those nights of cold and gloom, when the terrible spectres, who lie at all other times in the obscene hiding places of London, in archways, dark vaults, and cellars, venture to creep into the streets, the embodied spirits of disease and vice and famine. It was whispered by those who should have known that these were Sampson and his sister Sally, and to this day it is said they sometimes pass on bad nights in the same loathsome guise close at the elbow of the shrinking passenger. The body of Quilp being found, though not until some days had elapsed, an inquest was held on it near the spot where it had been washed ashore. The general supposition was that he had committed suicide, and, this appearing to be favored by all the circumstances of his death, the verdict was to that effect. He was left to be buried with a stake through his heart in the center of 4 lonely roads. It was rumored afterwards that this horrible and barbarous ceremony had been dispensed with, and that the remains had been secretly given up to Tom Scott. But even here, opinion was divided, for some said Tom dug them up at midnight and carried them to a place indicated to him by the widow. It is probable that both these stories may have had their origin in the simple fact of Tom's shedding tears upon the inquest, which he certainly did, extraordinary as it may appear. He manifested, besides, a strong desire to assault the jury, and being restrained and conducted out of court, darkened its only window by standing on his head upon the sill, until he was dexterously tilted upon his feet again by a cautious beadle. Being cast upon the world by his master's death, he determined to go through it upon his head and hands, and accordingly began to tumble for his bread. Finding, however, his English birth an insurmountable obstacle to his advancement in this pursuit, notwithstanding that his art was in high repute and favor, he assumed the name of an Italian image lad with whom he had become acquainted, and afterwards tumbled with extraordinary success and to overflowing audiences. Little Mrs. Quilp never quite forgave herself the one deceit that lay so heavy on her conscience, and never spoke or thought of it but with bitter tears. Her husband had no relations, and she was rich. He had made no will, or she would probably have been poor. Having married the first time at her mother's instigation, she consulted in her second choice nobody but herself. It fell upon a smart young fellow enough, and as he made it a preliminary condition that Mrs. Ginnywin should be thenceforth an out-pensioner, they lived together after marriage with no more than the average amount of quarreling, and led a merry life upon the dead dwarf's money. Mr. and Mrs. Garland and Mr. Abel went out as usual, except that there was a change in their household, as will be seen presently, and in due time the latter went into partnership with his friend the notary, on which occasion there was a dinner and a ball and great extent of dissipation. Unto this ball there happened to be invited the most bashful young lady that was ever seen, with whom Mr. Abel happened to fall in love. How it happened, or how they found it out, or which of them first communicated the discovery to the other, nobody knows. But certain it is that in course of time they were married, and equally certain it is that they were the happiest of the happy, and no less certain it is that they deserved to be so. And it is pleasant to write down that they reared a family, because any propagation of goodness and benevolence is no small addition to the aristocracy of nature, and no small subject of rejoicing for mankind at large. The pony preserved his character for independence and principle down to the last moment of his life, which was an unusually long one, and caused him to be looked upon, indeed, as the very old par of ponies. He often went to and fro with the little phaeton between Mr. Garland's and his son S., and, as the old people and the young were frequently together, had a stable of his own at the new establishment, into which he would walk of himself with surprising dignity. He condescended to play with the children, as they grew old enough to cultivate his friendship, and would run up and down the little paddock with them like a dog. But though he relaxed so far, and allowed them such small freedoms as caresses, or even to look at his shoes or hang on by his tail, he never permitted anyone among them to mount his back or drive him, thus showing that even their familiarity must have its limits, and that there were points between them far too serious for trifling. He was not unsusceptible of warm attachments in his later life, for when the good bachelor came to live with Mr. Garland upon the clergyman's decease, he conceived a great friendship for him, and amiably submitted to be driven by his hands without the least resistance. He did no work for 2 or 3 years before he died, but lived in clover, and his last act, like a choleric old gentleman, was to kick his doctor. Mr. Swiveller, recovering very slowly from his illness, and entering into the receipt of his annuity, bought for the Marchioness a handsome stock of clothes, and put her to school forthwith, in redemption of the vow he had made upon his fevered bed. After casting about for some time for a name which should be worthy of her, he decided in favor of Sophronia Sphinx, as being euphonious and genteel, and further more indicative of mystery. Under this title the Marchioness repaired, in tears, to the school of his selection, from which, as she soon distanced all competitors, she was removed before the lapse of many quarters to one of a higher grade. It is but bare justice to Mr. Swiveller to say, that, although the expenses of her education kept him in straitened circumstances for 6 years, he never slackened in his zeal, and always held himself sufficiently repaid by the accounts he heard, with great gravity, of her advancement, on his monthly visits to the governess, who looked upon him as a literary gentleman of eccentric habits, and of a most prodigious talent in quotation. In a word, Mr. Swiveller kept the Marchioness at this establishment until she was, at a moderate guess, full 19 years of age, good-looking, clever, and good-humored, when he began to consider seriously what was to be done next. On one of his periodical visits, while he was revolving this question in his mind, the Marchioness came down to him, alone, looking more smiling and more fresh than ever. Then it occurred to him, but not for the first time, that if she would marry him, how comfortable they might be. So Richard asked her. Whatever she said, it wasn't no, and they were married in good earnest that day week, which gave Mr. Swiveller frequent occasion to remark at divers subsequent periods that there had been a young lady saving up for him after all. A little cottage at Hampstead being to let, which had in its garden a smoking box, the envy of the civilized world, they agreed to become its tenants, and, when the honeymoon was over, entered upon its occupation. To this retreat, Mr. Chuckster repaired regularly every Sunday to spend the day, usually beginning with breakfast, and here he was the great purveyor of general news and fashionable intelligence. For some years he continued a deadly foe to Kit, protesting that he had a better opinion of him when he was supposed to have stolen the £5 note than when he was shown to be perfectly free of the crime, inasmuch as his guilt would have had in it something daring and bold, whereas his innocence was but another proof of a sneaking and crafty disposition. By slow degrees, however, he was reconciled to him in the end, and even went so far as to honor him with his patronage, as one who had in some measure reformed, and was therefore to be forgiven. But he never forgot or pardoned that circumstance of the shilling, holding that if he had come back to get another, he would have done well enough, but that his returning to work out the former gift was a stain upon his moral character which no penitence or contrition could ever wash away. Mr. Swiveller, having always been in some measure of a philosophically and reflective turn, grew immensely contemplative, at times, in the smoking-box, and was accustomed at such periods to debate in his own mind the mysterious question of Sophronia's parentage. Sophronia herself supposed she was an orphan, but Mr. Swiveller, putting various slight circumstances together, often thought Miss Brass must know better than that, and, having heard from his wife of her strange interview with Quilp, entertained sundry misgivings whether that person, in his lifetime, might not also have been able to solve the riddle, had he chosen. These speculations, however, gave him no uneasiness, for Sophronia was ever a most cheerful, affectionate, and provident wife to him, and Dick, excepting for an occasional outbreak with Mr. Chuckster, which she had the good sense rather to encourage than oppose, was to her an attached and domesticated husband, and they played many 100,000 games of cribbage together. And let it be added, to Dick's honor, that though we have called her Sophronia, he called her the Marchioness from first to last, and that upon every anniversary of the day on which he found her in his sick room, Mr. Chuckster came to dinner, and there was great glorification. The gamblers, Isaac List and Jowl, with their trusty confederate Mr. James Groves of unimpeachable memory, pursued their course with varying success, until the failure of a spirited enterprise in the way of their profession dispersed them in various directions, and caused their career to receive a sudden check from the long and strong arm of the law. This defeat had its origin in the untoward detection of a new associate, young Frederick Trent, who thus became the unconscious instrument of their punishment and his own. For the young man himself, he rioted abroad for a brief term, living by his wits, which means by the abuse of every faculty that worthily employed raises man above the beasts, and so degraded, sinks him far below them. It was not long before his body was recognized by a stranger, who chanced to visit that hospital in Paris where the drowned are laid out to be owned, despite the bruises and disfigurements which were said to have been occasioned by some previous scuffle. But the stranger kept his own counsel until he returned home, and it was never claimed or cared for. The younger brother, or the single gentleman, for that designation is more familiar, would have drawn the poor schoolmaster from his lone retreat and made him his companion and friend. But the humble village teacher was timid of venturing into the noisy world, and had become fond of his dwelling in the old churchyard. Calmly happy in his school, and in the spot, and in the attachment of her little mourner, he pursued his quiet course in peace, and was, through the righteous gratitude of his friend, let this brief mention suffice for that a poor schoolmaster no more. That friend single gentleman or younger brother, which you will had at his heart a heavy sorrow, but it bred in him no misanthropy or monastic gloom. He went forth into the world, a lover of his kind. For a long, long time, it was his chief delight to travel in the steps of the old man and the child, so far as he could trace them from her last narrative, to halt where they had halted, sympathize where they had suffered, and rejoice where they had been made glad. Those who had been kind to them did not escape his search. The sisters at the school, they who were her friends, because themselves so friendless Mrs. Jarley of the waxwork, Codlin, Short, he found them all, and trust me, the man who fed the furnace fire was not forgotten. Kit's story having got abroad, raised him up a host of friends, and many offers of provision for his future life. He had no idea at first of ever quitting Mr. Garland's service, but, after serious remonstrance and advice from that gentleman, began to contemplate the possibility of such a change being brought about in time. A good post was procured for him, with a rapidity which took away his breath, by some of the gentlemen who had believed him guilty of the offense laid to his charge, and who had acted upon that belief. Through the same kind agency, his mother was secured from want and made quite happy. Thus, as Kit often said, his great misfortune turned out to be the source of all his subsequent prosperity. Did Kit live a single man all his days, or did he marry? Of course he married, and who should be his wife but Barbara? And the best of it was, he married so soon that little Jacob was an uncle, before the calves of his legs, already mentioned in this history, had ever been encased in broadcloth pantaloons, though that was not quite the best either, for of necessity the baby was an uncle too. The delight of Kit's mother and of Barbara's mother upon the great occasion is past all telling. Finding they agreed so well on that, and on all other subjects, they took up their abode together, and were a most harmonious pair of friends from that time forth. And hadn't Astley's cause to bless itself for their all going together once a quarter to the pit, and didn't Kit's mother always say, when they painted the outside, that Kit's last treat had helped to that, and wonder what the manager would feel if he but knew it as they passed his house. When Kit had children 6 and 7 years old, there was a Barbara among them, and a pretty Barbara she was. Nor was there wanting an exact facsimile and copy of little Jacob, as he appeared in those remote times when they taught him what oysters meant. Of course there was an Abel, own godson to the Mr. Garland of that name, and there was a Dick, whom Mr. Swiveller did especially favor. The little group would often gather round him of a night and beg him to tell again that story of good Miss Nell who died. This Kit would do, and when they cried to hear it, wishing it longer too, he would teach them how she had gone to heaven, as all good people did, and how, if they were good like her, they might hope to be there too, one day, and to see and know her as he had done when he was quite a boy. Then he would relate to them how needy he used to be, and how she had taught him what he was otherwise too poor to learn, and how the old man had been used to say, "She always laughs at Kit." At which they would brush away their tears, and laugh themselves to think that she had done so, and be again quite merry. He sometimes took them to the street where she had lived, but new improvements had altered it so much, it was not like the same. The old house had been long ago pulled down, and a fine broad road was in its place. At first he would draw with his stick a square upon the ground to show them where it used to stand. But he soon became uncertain of the spot, and could only say it was thereabouts, he thought, and these alterations were confusing. Such are the changes which a few years bring about, and so do things pass away, like a tale that is told.